to Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi.
My name is Etemari Glover.
Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hi, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
The 2024 edition of SOUQ Africa Summit, the largest women in tech summit in Africa, brought together women in tech from across the continent. The event, which held at Zone Tech Park, Lagos, provided a platform for women in tech, founders, senior executives, and enthusiasts to learn and engage in powerful conversations bordering on technical and career growth, leadership and diversity while networking. The summit also addresses the issue of gender imbalance in the tech space by providing girls and women with tools, learning resources, and job opportunities they need to succeed in the industry. The summit featured keynote presentations, panel sessions, and recognitions of women excelling across various fields. Speaking during the breakaway session, Omotola Omotayo, a community manager at Outreachy, urged participants to take advantage of the growing influence of artificial intelligence while noting AI can't replace tech experts.
If you ask AI, where can I get my next big job? AI is just going to make suggestions for you. Why don't you go to this website? Why don't you apply for this job? I encourage you to give it your best. Do you want me to help you with your CV? But when you attend conference, Omotola or any other person that you are meeting will tell you, oh, what can you do? How have you been doing it? Any other projects you've worked on before? What part of this career path are you looking? You know, you have like more intentional question, conversation.
An open source advocate, programs manager, and technical writer at FMDQ, Basaya Ojo, urged participants to utilize open source to get their career started, describing SOUQ Africa as home.
And I know how difficult it can be for new people in tech or new women in tech to get started. I mean, tech is mostly seen as a men's field or a man's field. So I want to help as many young girls, as many young women as possible to see that a lot of things are achievable if only they start.
Chisom Woku, a software engineer and the publisher of a Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, who spoke on personal branding, stated there's a need for a balance between self-promotion and career while delivering value.
Be loud about what you do. Like I said on the stage, be the star girl of your field. Let people see you and know that, okay, this is an expert in what you are doing. Another thing would be your personal brand is something that would grow. As your career is nurturing, your personal brand is something that would go with you. So you want to understand who you are, the kind of values that you want to stand for, and the kind of stories that you want to tell. And definitely your 5-year-old self, after like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to be very grateful that you started that journey.
Founder and Executive Director of SOUQ Africa, Ada Nduka Oyom, says the event has led to the creation of a safe haven in the form of a community for women in tech.
At SOUQ Africa, our goal is to, in summary, bridge the gender gap. And events like this provide a safe space for women to understand, acknowledge, and accept that their voices matter. To also provide them an opportunity to network, meet with other women in tech like them, provide more visibility. And from events like this, from our summit, it provides them the platform to know and see that, you know, there are opportunities for them to expand in terms of leadership, in terms of growth, career growth, and just taking charge in an already male-dominated space. We are building an active pipeline. We're equipping them with resources, we're training them, and we're providing them with the opportunities like hiring opportunities and scholarship opportunities I had mentioned earlier. All in all, at the end of the day, the goal is when people come into Africa's tech ecosystem, they see a ton of women who are thriving in the industry thanks to SOUQ Africa and thanks to events like this, the SOUQ Africa Summit.
Gertrude, a mother of 4 who participated in the summit, called for more events similar to the SOUQ Africa Summit while urging women to find their purpose.
As a woman, who we are should extend beyond our status as being single, married, with kids or without kids. And I push myself, my identity forward regardless of what my status is. When you see me, the first thing you don't think is, oh, she's a wife, she's a mom. You first meet Gertrude before you know about all of that. Those are add-ons, beautiful parts of my life, but first and foremost, I will identify with who I am and the purpose I'm here on earth to fulfill. So yeah, that's it for me, and that's what I would advise any other woman to do.
This year's theme of SOUQ Africa is driving innovation for Africa's economy. Women from all over West Africa have gathered at this year's summit, physically and virtually, and one thing is in focus: increasing the participation of women in technology. Temple Bara, SOUQ News Television.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Tourism and fashion are more interconnected than many realize. For a country like Nigeria, with its rich history of textiles, fashion and culture, tourism presents an enormous opportunity to showcase and promote local arts while stimulating economic growth. Nigeria, a treasure trove of local textiles and traditional apparel, could leverage its relatively untapped tourism industry to market local destinations, attract tourists, and create a thriving ecosystem for fashion and textile exports. Tourism at its core is about experiencing the culture of a place, and what better way to express culture than through the local fashion. Nigeria's fashion industry, with its globally recognized textiles such as Ashoke, Adire and Ankara, have already started gaining international recognition. In today's news talk, I will be examining ways of fully harnessing the potential in Nigeria to merge these elements in a way that boosts both sectors. I am Bayo Olaoye. Fashion is often one of the most immediate ways for tourists to engage with the culture of the countries they visit. For example, in countries like Morocco and India, tourism and fashion are intertwined. Morocco's bustling souks are filled with traditional rugs, kaftan, and jewelry, attracting millions of tourists who want to take a piece of the culture home. In 2019 alone, Morocco hosted over 12.93 million tourists, with a significant portion contributing to the fashion and craft sectors. Similarly, India's rich textile industry is a significant draw for tourists, where silk saris and handcrafted block-printed fabrics are sold globally. Nigeria's fashion scene, with designers such as Deola Sego and Lisa Folawiyo making waves internationally, presents an untapped reservoir of potential. Lagos Fashion Week, for example, attracts international buyers and fashion enthusiasts, showing that the local fashion industry already has global appeal. Nigeria can do more to blend this momentum with its tourism sector to promote local destinations as fashion hubs. Nigeria, with its vibrant cultural heritage, is in a unique position to follow in the footsteps of other nations that have successfully integrated fashion into their tourism strategies. The global success stories of Rwanda, Ghana, and Kenya illustrate how cultural fashion tourism can drive not just international attention but also local economic empowerment. Nigeria already has cultural festivals like the Durbar Festival, the Osun Festival, the Eyo Festival, and the Ojude-Oba festivals and others that attract local and international visitors. By integrating fashion showcases into these events, Nigeria can highlight the beauty of the traditional garments like Ashoke and Adire, while offering tourists a first-hand experience on how these fabrics are woven and dyed. This could be similar to Ghana's Chale Wote festival, which blends street art, music, and fashion to engage thousands of tourists and drive local sales of crafts and garments. Nigeria could introduce fashion tourism tours, offering visitors curated experiences where they can visit textile markets, witness the craftsmanship of traditional weavers, and purchase unique handmade fashion items. A model for this can be found in Rwanda, where tourists are guided through cooperatives producing Umusambi silk, adding value to their travel experiences while promoting local business. African countries like South Africa have successfully used destination marketing to promote its cultural sectors, including fashion. Nigeria could market cities like Lagos, Abeokuta, Ibadan, Shagamu, Kano, Zaria, Sokoto as fashion capitals in their own right, celebrating local crafts and textiles through dedicated campaigns aimed at international visitors. Tourism's potential to boost Nigeria's fashion industries go beyond cultural appreciation. It will create jobs and drive export growth. The Nigerian fashion industry currently is worth an estimated $4.7 billion, still has untapped supply chain opportunities that can benefit from the integration of tourism. If Nigeria were to promote local textiles and fashion through tourism, it will create jobs in sectors such as textile production, garments design, and retail, helping to reduce unemployment and strengthen local economics. Countries like Ethiopia has shown that textile production can be both a job creator and an export booster. The SOUQ Tex initiative, which promotes sustainable, eco-friendly fashion, has led to increased global demand for Ethiopian garments. Nigeria could emulate this model by highlighting its sustainable practices such as the eco-conscious dyeing process used in Adire textile production and marketing them to an international audience. Countries that have successfully integrated tourism into fashion provide a clear blueprint for Nigeria. Kenya transformed its Maasai SOUQ cloth to an internationally recognized symbol of Kenya culture, drawing tourists who purchase Maasai-inspired fashion items that contribute directly to local economics. Peru has a thriving tourism industry around its traditional Andean textiles, with tourists visiting local villages to see firsthand how alpaca wool is woven into intricate patterns, creating jobs for thousands of women. These success stories show that fashion and tourism can coexist and flourish, creating cultural appreciation and economic growth. Nigeria's path to leveraging tourism to its fashion industry is clear. By integrating fashion into its tourism strategy, Nigeria can attract international tourists through cultural festivals, fashion weeks, and market tours, create thousands of jobs in textile, fashion, design, and retail, boost exports of locally made garments, attracting global market for authentic handmade fashion, and drive foreign exchange and strengthen local economies. Tourism can be a gateway to unlocking the potential of Nigeria's fashion industry, and in doing so, showcase the vibrant culture and creativity that defines the nation. With the right policies, Nigeria can transform its textiles, fashion, and apparel industries into globally recognized symbols of African innovation, while creating a sustainable future for its people. I am Bayo Olaoye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The federal government has introduced a new bill that will mandate all individuals engaged in banking, insurance and stockbroking to present a tax identification number, TIN, before opening or operating any account. Typically, we find that bills are sponsored by lawmakers at the National Assembly after scaling through first to third reading and consideration by the other chamber. It moves up for presidential assent. But this takes a twist, even if it's not unconstitutional, as a new tax bill was presented by the executive to the National Assembly, and it aims to strengthen tax compliance and optimize revenue collection across Nigeria, revealing how important this is to the federal government. Money matter, don't play or you will learn proper. Wait, hold on, Kiss Daniels. This is not time for your song to be playing in my head. But really, there will be penalties for non-compliance. There are critical aspects of this bill to look into. Let me wear my glasses so we can look properly.
You never show. You declare. Clever.
First, now what will be tax identification number safe, and what will be the benefit of this policy?
Tax identification number, right? Yeah. About this is, I believe it's attached to our NIN, if I'm not mistaken, and most places, before you do anything, they will definitely ask for your TIN, and if you don't make it available, I don't think such will definitely go. So
this is a federal government. You understand me? This is a federal government, and they have right to whatever they want to do. But let it do from top, not from the poor masses. If you can start from top, it's okay.
Okay, they not talk their own. Tax identification number TIN, not like ID card for your tax. It will help government identify you and track your income. It shock you. When everybody gets TIN, government go fit know who they make money and collect tax from them. Did I hear someone say, now give me my money, but without the claps? Oh yes. People where they hide their money or under-declare their earnings no go fit run again. With TIN, government will catch them. Remember the slogan early in the year, no grief for anybody. Federal government definitely is not begging anymore for citizens to pay tax. This time, them strong face, sake of say revenue don't drop, and them need to fill up the other. With more money, the government can improve infrastructure and provide better services. Oh, come on, stop that. Don't tell me you've got trust issues. But really, it's not rich for Nigerians to get trust issues with government. For many years, we've been assured by governments of different administrations that if we the citizens pay tax, there will be good schools, roads, hospitals, water, etc. What is the reality? Your guess is as good as mine. Now, according to the new tax bill, if a taxable individual fails to register for taxes, they will face a penalty of 50,000 naira for the first month of non-compliance and 25,000 naira for each additional month thereafter. Plenty questions due about this bill. Number one, who is a taxable individual? Wetin be taxable income? Now, how the tax authority go take identify all the urgent 2K plus dash money where our brothers and sisters they give us from abroad, so that they are not added to money deductible as tax? It seems some tax education is needed at this point.
There needs to be a clear distinction between what is taxable and what is not. And this will be a big question that people will now start answering when this issue about TIN comes in. Because you have to explain everything that comes to your account. And it also means that you have to be narration of transactions in your account has to be very clear, so that it's quite identified what is taxable and not. And the tax authorities should not just assume and say everybody is in the same category. Because when you now take everything that comes in and you say, as long as it's inflow into your account, it is taxable, it is wrong.
Tax is a contract between government and citizens. The people pay and government provide the needed amenities. If there will be penalties for taxable individuals who do not comply with the requirement, now wetin go happen to any government official wey pinch money Nigerians dey pay as tax? If government don't hold face tight for tax matter, shey we the taxpayers not suppose yarn at this time say we're not smiling, even as the bill is being considered at the National Assembly. Federal, state and local government must show themselves more accountable. This na my 2 cents on top the new tax bill. Was yours? Drop a comment.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Michael Adewale Onofuye. I'm a shepherd of the church called Celestial Church of Christ, White City Parish, reside in UK. I started the ministry right from my youth age. I was born into this church by my parents called Solomon Olaiwola Onofuye and my mother Alice Mimunat Onofuye. They gave back to me to the church, Celestial Church, and I went to primary school in Lagos, and I have my secondary school in Lagos as well. And after my secondary school, I went to a professional school, NCE, National Certificate of Education, in Lagos State College of Education. And after that, I went for my degree. I have my B.Ed, Bachelor in Education. I have my NCE as a professional teacher. Then I decided to travel down to UK in order to change my profession to law. But on getting down to Britain, God arrested me to carry his cross. So I carried the cross since 1985, and up to now, working the ministry as a shepherd of the church. And recently, I've just been promoted as the head of the prophets in UK and Northern Ireland dioceses within the fold of Celestial Church of Christ. And I'm still leading. I'm still the shepherd of the church called White City Parish in UK, in Barking, in SS area. So, and at the same time, I love doing business. I'm into business. I'm an entrepreneur, and because why I went to business is I don't depend on church money, because the church money is meant for the church, and I have to have a living for myself. So that's why I went into business, different kind of business. You know, I learned that trade through my late parents, because I usually carry ogede, sell ogede around Fade area for them everywhere along the street while I was in Nigeria. You know, since from there I pick up an entrepreneurship. You know, so I've been doing that alongside with God's work, pastoral work. That's 38 years now. 38 years I've been leading the church. The one I established, which is Celestial Church of Christ, White City, is going to be 37 this year. Before then, when I got to Britain, I led a church. It's a Clapham Parish, Celestial Church of Christ, Clapham Parish. Before I left that to establish the one I'm leading, and I've started that since 1987, and up till now, I'm still in there. I'm still the shepherd of the church. You see, I've mentioned in my introduction, because I believe church money should stay with the church, and I believe I must have a living, because I have a family and I have to train my children, and because I don't want to delve, the church has got its own setup, and there are some pastors that do winners take all, but I don't believe in that. I believe I have got to work for my living. So that's why I'm from my background with my parents, especially my mom. There's all kind of trade I did with her. I sell banana, I sell rice, I sell so many things. I do street hawking in Nigeria, you know, all over everywhere. So from there, I have that initiative. I have that. It's been built in me, and because I love to do something in order to make ends meet. So that's why. But I got that from my parents, because my dad was an accountant. Then he retired into business, selling books, supplier of books. He's a contractor. So I took that from my both parents, in order to be an entrepreneur. And because I believe you've got to work for your living, you don't have to rely on the church, you don't have to rely on anybody. You've got to be hardworking. Christ as well taught us to be hardworking. Christ was an entrepreneur as well. He taught us how to have a living, how to, like the fishermen. So you've got to, so I took that source from my parents. From then, I built onto that. You see, if as a pastor, as a shepherd, as a head of the church, to earn respect, you need to separate yourself from the church. I separate, and maybe that is what is still making me to be successful today, because I've got about 9 kids. Out of them, I've got five graduates who are PhD holders, and I pay their school fees. You see, so if I don't separate the church, yes, it's in the Bible that Levites don't. You have to live. You have to feed with the church. You have to feed from the church. But my principle is, you've got to separate the church from your lifestyle. You've got to find, I depend on, I have the church, I'm on the salary. So the church has got a treasurer, the church has got an accountant, it's got a church financial secretary. I separate the church. So, and that's why I always tell my kids, if I'm no more today, don't think that position is hereditary. Don't think the position is hereditary. My position is not hereditary. If I'm no more, somebody else will take over, not my children, not one of them. That's why I took time to educate them very well, so that they can have their own sense of living. I've got 5 of them who are PhD holder. 1 is in architecture, 1 is in journalism, 1 is in music, 1 is in the medical line. So I've got 1 is in media. They are all, they help my calling in the church. All areas of the church, we have the media. One of my daughter is the one, she's the one heading the media. I have all the posters I have. My daughter Ayotole, she's the one that designed all the posters of the church, my posters, all programs I'm running. She's the one that, and I have a son. She too, he's called Dr. Tosin. He's into music. He has PhD in music. He heads the music area of the church. So all my children are cut across areas of the church, but the principle is we must walk out of the church, have a living out of the church, not feeding from the church. That earns me respect among the members. I derive from the work I'm doing because I enjoy helping others. I derive that fulfillment right from my youthful age, before my calling, even within my calling, after my calling, within my calling, I derive help others first. When you help others first, God will help you in between. I prefer to suffer myself in order to make people happy, so that their happiness is my fulfillment. Mankind's happiness is my own fulfillment. If I go to church in the morning, I get to church 9 a.m. I don't leave the church until around 11 p.m. because I consult people, I counsel people, I pray for people, and my joy, the fulfillment is when they come back for testimony. Not to charge them, not to take any money from them, but when they testify to the glory of God. That's my fulfillment. And on top of that, then my family, the achievement of my children, is another thing. You see, all I've achieved, all my background, start from spiritual inspiration, God's inspiration. And when I was born, as I was told, my dad said they had a prophecy that I'm going to be a shepherd. But I did not rely on that. I went on education. I have my primary school, I have my secondary school, I have my diploma, I have my degree. So I did not rely on that. But because it's been prophesied that I'm going to carry the cross, after my service, youth service, then I'm in search of looking for a job. But I couldn't get a job. I end up working in the church, praying in the church, being a prophet in the church, just doing one thing or the other in the church. Then at one point in time, somebody came into the church and said, okay, why are you leaving? Why are you, young man, why are you here? And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm a graduate. He said, are you a graduate? I said, yes. He said, okay, are you not looking for a job? I said, I'm looking for a job, but I haven't got anyone. He said, okay, I'll take you somewhere. There and then, they gave me an employment as a teacher before I left. So after that, because there is a prophecy of my life that I'm going to be a shepherd of, after all said and done, or I don't know, maybe on a service day, I just realized that, oh, I want to have an opportunity of going to Britain, travel out. Something just inspired me that why can't you go abroad? I said, how will I do it? I don't know how I'm going to do it. Then something came to my mind. I said, go and get a passport. I took his passport. That time, you don't need visa to go to Britain. So I took the passport. Then I said, okay, what do I want to do with this passport? I'm going to. Then something inspired me and said, there must be a Celestial Church in UK. I said, okay, let me go to our headquarters. I got to the headquarters. I said, I went to the head of the church there. I want to travel out, but I don't have anybody there. How can I do it? Then the Baba said, okay, if you can sleep in the church, I will get somebody to help you. Fortunately for me, the head of the UK just came down from London. So he introduced me to the Baba. The Baba said, what rank are you? I said, I'm superior William. He said, are you a prophet? I said, yes. Okay, one church will need you in UK. Then he said, I'll give you a letter. He gave me a letter. Then I got the letter. I said, okay, what next for me? To buy tickets. Then that time, because I work in the church, I have so much money, so much with me to buy the ticket. So I bought the ticket. Don't forget, I've got the passport. With the ticket and the passport, I went to go and meet my dad. I said, Dad, I'm traveling. He said, when do you start planning this? I said, it's God's inspiration. Do you know anybody there? I said, no. But because I believe the Celestial Church is about love. And if it's about love, I believe wherever Celestial is, if you are there, they are there to help you. My dad said, okay, all right. Good luck. That was how I pick up my passport, pick up my luggage. I got to. That man, the Baba that helped me, the head of UK, said, he gave me a letter to one man called Baba Oke, the owner of that church. The first word I said, I was the shepherd before I established White City, Clapham Parish. So I got to the airport. When I got to the immigration office in UK, they said, who do you want to come and meet? I said, I want to come and meet Baba Oke. Okay, let us go and ring him whether he's not expecting me. But because it's been ordained, it's been destined that I'm going to be in UK, they went to go and call him. He said, of course I'm expecting him. Somebody I've known, I've not ever met him at all. So that was how I got into UK. It's miraculous. It's just instantaneously. And it's not something that I've planned for a long time, but because it's been destined, it's been prophesied, and God has ordained that I'm going to be in UK. And before I traveled, after I've been given I'm going to travel, I went to about 7 parishes to go and do offering. So when you want to travel, you have to do offering. Thank God that God has made this journey possible. I went to 7 parishes to go and do offering. One of the prophets there, prophesied again. Don't forget, I said I'm going to UK not to work as a church worker, not to work as a pastor. I want to go out there because I'm a professional teacher. I want to change it to law. So that prophet said, I can see after my offering, she took me out. It's a young prophet, a young prophetess. She took me and said, you are traveling to somewhere. I saw you in a people of white skin. You are traveling there. But God is making 7 promises for you. That when you get there, they're going to make you a shepherd of the head of the church. You're going to establish a church. You're going to work with white people. Those 7 promises, as soon as I got to Britain, start materializing. The week I got down there, I was made the leader of that church, Clapham Parish. Then I worked with white people. Then after about 3 years in Clapham Parish, God, through me, established White City Parish, of which I'm leading right now. And the rest 7 promises was fulfilled. So it's my traveling. All I will say is it's been God's ordained and willing. I love writing. And because I'm a teacher and I want to inspire people and let people know that with God, everything is possible. And at the same time, if you see one of my passports, be an entrepreneur, be enterprising. Whatever you want to do, even as a pastor, even as a shepherd, you need to be enterprising. You need to inspire people. You need to get people to believe in themselves. And you need to find a way to be hardworking. Don't rely on what God has said. If God has said, if God has promised, you need to work on that God's promise. As James said, if you can, a Christian without, if you say you have faith without work, it's absolutely nothing. It doesn't work. So I have joy in writing, and I'm inspired through the Holy Spirit. I've got about three or four books I've written in the past. I have Living Above Limitation, Power of Spirit, Spirit-Filled Life, and I've got Be an Entrepreneur, Be Enterprising, and the one I'm launching this Saturday is about 4. One is God's word of insurance is a sure word of assurance. God's words of assurance is your sure word of insurance. And what that means is when God assure you, when God promise, it's a fulfilling God. He's insured. It's just like somebody having a building. If you have an insurance on your building, of course, you're 100% sure. If anything happens, you have your insurance to back you. So that when you have God's word as of assurance, it's your sure word of insurance. If God says he's going to bless you, it's God's assurance. And take the word and work on it. That's one of my books. The other one, in follow-up of Living Above Limitation, it's War Against the Limitation. It's a prayer book. It's a prayer book to help people discover themselves in spiritual attack, because this world is full of evil. This world is full of darkness, and you need prayer. You need a constant prayer to help. That's my second book. The other one is Maximizing of God's upon your life. Maximizing of God's divine upon your life. Then the other is 3. 1, God's word of assurance, your sure word of assurance. 2, living war against limitation. And the third one, maximizing of divine God upon your life. Then my son also wrote a book. You know, the one there, The World Around Me, is a compilation of his stories of his life, because something tragic happened to him when we came on holiday about 4 or 5 years ago. So, and I told him, put it as a story so that you can inspire people as well. So we are launching that as well on Saturday with him. So I'm excited because that book is to motivate people, is to inspire people, and to rekindle people's hope and faith in God and in humanity, and also to guide people and to help their prayer life. So these are my assignments for Saturday. Samuel Temidayo Onofuye. The World Around Me. How old? He's 11. Oh, of course. In his school, he belongs to Junior Writers Association. We are living in a perilous world. We are living in a wicked world. We are living in a world that is full of tragedy. And the only thing you need is prayer. Like I used to quote in the church, a prayerless person is a powerless person. If you are prayerful, you need to. You see, he said in this world you will see tribulation. But be of good cheer because I've overcome the world. So we face all that you are facing in the world today is being predicted by Christ. It's going to happen. Famine is going to happen. Nation will rise up against nation. So many. But yes, 2 people will be going, 1 will disappear. So a lot have been predicted by Christ in the Bible. And the only thing that you need is prayer. Without prayer, you cannot survive this evil world. And that's why I have written this book to people to discover that with Christ, the only way is Christ, and the only way is prayer. Yes, I'm not discriminating other religion, even Muslim, they pray as well. So the only sect that doesn't pray is the traditionalists. And you see even the traditionalists, when they give you anything, they will say, in the name of Orunmila. What is Orunmila? It's Olubentomala, and it's Christ. Christ is the way. So that is their own area, you see. So everybody believe in prayer. Everybody believe that Christ is the way, is the prayer. So that's what I am using the book to motivate people, to inspire people, to let them know, to discover themselves, to let them know that all things are possible with prayer. We believe in God, and steadfastness in worship. There's nothing impossible with God. Believe in God, believe in prayer, and have belief in yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Speak out. When you don't speak out, people cannot know what is wrong with you. I have that slogan. I've drawn topics on that. Speak out. When you speak out, and you seek help. Speak out and seek help from family, from church, from God. Pray and believe. And also, don't think everything is over. It's not over until it's over. Once you have that belief and faith, you don't need to, you see, it's a sin in order for you to think all hope is lost. Hope is not lost. Once you are living and you are prayerful and you speak out and you talk out, all things will be possible. And pray at all times. Believe in yourself, discover yourself, but the most important thing is speak out, talk out, and seek for help. Where you don't need to seek for help somewhere else, but seek for help from God, from those you think will be of help to you, and that is the church. Pray and have that hope in Him. He will actually. There's nothing is impossible for God once you have that belief. If I can tell you so many experiences of life that in UK, as a shepherd, I had it for 15 years. I don't have papers, but because I believe that God one day, He promised. God never promised and don't fulfill. It's a God fulfilling. It's a covenant fulfilling God. Once you stay focused, you are prayerful, and speak out, talk out.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of men, delivered me.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onofuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onofuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university this, university that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad, being an author, noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Have him as my in-law because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching me. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was yet to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats, and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Ms. Chinwe Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022, owing to its health benefits, and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Annie Well Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cousins PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otumete, City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria (UACN) in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter, both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take 2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defended profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. This move led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He has also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Ere Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku-Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelo Okoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
We'll have what starts us for the day. For some of us, we have motivational quotes maybe written somewhere in our rooms, in our living rooms, somewhere that our eyes can easily just see and gets us started for the day. Some others is a cup of coffee. But for you, I do know that your starter for the day is Early Exchange. This is the Friday's edition. I am Blessing AG. And as always, I thank you for making it a commitment to be part of the show by joining in to watch, and you can participate further by contributing, leaving a comment when we begin discussions. Well, before I let you in on what's up for discuss this morning, I'd like to introduce my partner in shaping policy and advancing development. And I know he's grateful that today is Friday. In his mind, I can hear the song, Thank God It's Friday. How do I hear that? Don't worry. That's topic for another day. Good morning, Femi.
Good morning. Yes, indeed, it's Friday. What a time, to wrap up your activities for the week and also do a better plan for the next week. It gives you opportunity to do what we call a proper assessment and review of the week. By the way, you look different. It seems to me you're not feeling the impact of the hiking,
What are you
prices.
talking about? I can't relate. That's a joke. Of course, I can relate. I am feeling it. I believe every Nigerian is feeling it because when it comes to personal finances, a lot of persons do budgeting. So you budgeted a certain amount of money to be spent on, for expenses to take you through the month, and then there's some change. And when there's an increase in the pump price of PMS, it affects every other thing because the price of goods and services increase. Transportation as well has increased, but I think the Lagos State government, the launching of the rail line seemed to have come very timely. As Lamata says, it will become operational on the 15th of October, which is next week, Tuesday. So that's expected to take about 100,000 to 150,000 people off Lagos traffic. And of course, I'm guessing that transportation using the Red Rail line to be cheaper than commuting using the other.
Really, I must confess. Confess is really a trying time for Nigeria and even for Nigerian workers. But I think what some of the state governments are doing is to see how they can reduce the number of time people will be at work. Giving them that understanding. Like in some states, instead of coming 5 days a week, they've reduced it to like 3 or 2 days a week to ensure that to be able to manage the effect of the hike in the fuel prices and the cost of transportation. But hey, whatever it is, we still hope that Nigeria will get
Nigerians are resilient in so
Nigeria
other
is
way.
really- but that should have been taken to the extreme or taken
Okay.
for granted. But of course, our admonition to every Nigerian out there is to see how you can manage this crisis and survive this time. All right, let's get back to our discussion for today. We'll be talking about air cargo business, the demand, and the surge when it comes to the African-Asia corridor. As the statistics released by IATA, that is International Air Transport Association, has shown that there is a surge in the demand for air cargo service between the Africa and Asia corridor, and that increased by 21% in the month of August. That will be the thrust of our conversation. Back to you, Blessing. The guest.
Oh, yeah. So we have Olumide Onayo, who's General Secretary, Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative. We'll be speaking to the rise in Africa-Asia air cargo, which is risen by 21% as of August. Now, this is the last quarter of the year 2024. It expected that that figure will see an increase because commercial activities usually peak at this time of the year. Good morning, Olumide Onayo.
Thank you for having me.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, it's good that you can hear me. Now, looking at the rise in Asia-Africa cargo, it goes to say that there seems to be a lot of trade right now going on between Asia and Africa. Does that surprise you? Are there specific sectors of trade that you think is responsible for this significant increase in Asia-Africa air cargo? All right, there seems to be connectivity glitch there. When we get that sorted, we'll get back to Olumide. In the meantime, when I saw that report, Femi, I was sort of surprised, Asia, Africa, that the trade has actually increased, trade between Asia and Africa, but that people are now turning to the use of air cargo rather than maritime cargo, suggests that maybe the issues that was once experienced with the Suez Canal and some other supply chain disruption has not totally cleared for a lot of transactions or a lot of supply be done now using air cargo.
Yeah, likely that is attributed to the fact that most African airlines now have decided to expand their services along that corridor. And when you look at what the Asia continent stands to the African continent, when it comes to volume of businesses that extend between these two continents, it's very crucial and huge. And that's what informed that kind of development. And if you look at what China is doing recently, which is like a key player in that region, you understand that why it's important for that demand to be, to be of the increase. And so for Africa, Asia is quite strategic. And this is also boosted by the fact that you have e-commerce taking place in between this region. So, which has also necessitated this kind of demand. So the surge we started around May, April, May, dovetailed to August, which is the figure we are having according to what was released by the International Air Transport Association, which is like 21%. And globally, that's been the trend. If we study the trend in air cargo demand or services in the last 6 months, that's been the trend, there's been that surge. But specifically, we're looking at the role of African airlines here, who have decided in recent time to expand their services to that corridor. You are aware of what one of the prominent airlines in Nigeria did recently, which I don't want to mention. I'm not paid to do that. So, but it's also contributing to the heat, and that's why this development is something significant to talk about. All right, let's get back to our guest. We are trying to reconnect with our guest now. Alant is ready for us. Glad to have you join us once again on LX Thing this morning. All right. Well, we seem to be having this internet issue. We hope that will get better. So back to the story. So we have this trend in Africa where if we look at what that region stands in terms of the volume of businesses. Now, the flow of businesses that happen between these two continents also as a result of the maritime activities taking place. Now, if you look at what China has been doing recently, for instance, like a country like Nigeria, when it comes to the manufacturing sector, most of the raw materials or the equipment are usually, being imported from that corridor. So when it comes to the issue of businesses or production, the Asia continent is something or a region to go by, due to the fact that when it comes to production in Africa, we depend on that region for a lot of things.
Okay,
It's also part of the
Lumide
fact.
is back. Let's see if we can have him join the conversation. Hello, Lumide.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. All right, before the interruption, by, network connectivity not being very stable, I was asking, does the statistics that Asia Africa cargo has increased by 21% or increased by 21% in the month of August, does it surprise you in any way? There's specific trade sectors that you could point to as being responsible for this significant increase?
No, I'm not surprised. The North Africans are the group, and that has always been the pattern I which they have maintained. Now, with the growth of from the West African countries and the Central African countries now trading with the Asians, and the strength of the network of distribution has improved trade between Africa and Asia. And when you look at the strength of the currencies of the Asian countries compared to the traditional partners, which is Europe and America, that's why it continues to rise. And I think generally Africans can afford. That's necessary to say they have the best products. Africa can afford. Africa has a way of negotiating and discussing with Asians when it comes to production of goods. Then discussing with Europeans and Americans, and it's a reason why you see that trade growing, and I think it will continue to grow what the economy is doing, and we have improved disposable income.
All right, before we go ahead with the conversation, we just need to go on a short break now. When we return, we continue our conversation with our guest. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
If you just joined the show, it is Early Exchange on SOUQ News TV. And this morning, we're turning attention to the report that says that Africa-Asia air cargo has experienced a 21% growth in August as global demand rises. And our analyst who joins virtually this morning is Olumide Ohunayo, the General Secretary, Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative. Olumide, are you there? I hope same too. Now, looking at what this increase in Asia-Africa cargo has done for African airlines, which has seen a rise by 7.5%, do we have Nigerian airlines that we could say, oh yes, taking part in this, and air cargo rise is acting as some buffer for them, given the challenge that the Nigerian aviation sector has been having with trying to stay afloat?
As of today, Nigeria is not a strong player on international cargo markets. But then it is not only the airlines that benefit from the increase in cargo, the airport itself, the general ecosystem, the employers, the handlers, the loaders, trucks that carry those goods, customs, the agencies, everybody gets more taxes from with increase in cargo. So it's a general benefit to the ecosystem. But for the Nigerian carriers, we are not a strong player on the international market. We still do not have a cargo carrier that operates fully. Though there was continuous charters, but not scheduled that we see from Ethiopia Airlines, we see from Egypt Air, we see from Saudi Air, and most of the European airlines. And until then, we just have to keep aspiring, and I think that's what the business we're working on now to see making Nigeria first position on all issues and ensure that it builds a strong, vibrant flag carriers from within. But then, as of today, we do not have it, and it's something we should report. But then maybe Airpeace is the only one international route right now, and like we have noticed in almost all cargo now, some of them are coming to the belly of scheduled passenger flights, and that has also increased some of the cargo tonnage into Nigeria. If you've seen the recent video that went viral within the fan staff and so on, people at the international airport, it was one of the oversized luggages that came into the passenger flights that caused that issue.
All right. Now, according to this report, African airlines have been spotted here as contributing significantly to the growth of air cargo globally. And the record is showing that they've contributed about 7.5% increase in the demand for air cargo service. Talk to us. What do you think African airlines have done differently in recent times?
Basically, it's not the airlines alone. And you need to look at the economy of the African, because the airlines will not just bring cargo, except there's a demand for it. So it is demand that will spur flights and even spur extra flight and charters. So we have to look at the economy. We have to look at the policies. As of today, we talk about after we are still putting the after issue on the table, yet to go into implementation. So people are still forced to do trades with Asia, which is cheaper than Europe or America. And the airline itself, like I said, the Ethiopian Airlines have a huge domination in that area, in taking this cargo from Asia and other parts of the world, but predominantly Asia to Nigeria, due to their huge network. Then the North African Airlines too, been having traditional relationship with Asian countries, have developed that relationship over time, and that's productive. Before it was between Asia and North Africa, but now they've seen the interest of other sub-regions, the West Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, and have also joined in the trade and in the business of moving this cargo from Asia to other parts of Africa, and that has improved the cargo tonnage to the region, and also helped in providing some physical equipment that are needed in our industries and for the markets in Africa. Be that as this may, like you said earlier, the e-commerce has been a strong component in let us having this huge Tony, and the higher fares now, which is not only on the local and international routes too, has made people who are rather want to do more of e-commerce than fly there themselves, and that has also increased the tonnage. And then I think it should be all like that until probably when we begin to implement that after that African trade growth area, whereby we now begin to deal with it. As of today, Africans are finding it very difficult to deal with themselves. They would rather order it from Asia than order from within Africa.
Now, why do you think Africans are having it difficult to deal with themselves and would rather choose to do business with Asia? Is it an issue of capacity, or there's just this mistrust within Africa?
I can tell you for free that you will get, if you and I go to the airport now, we will get to France in the next 6-7 hours. We might not get to N'Djamena here, such a chat here, until next tomorrow. That's the bad connectivity, and strong. You have the very poor connectivity. We have poor. The assumed relationship in Africa is yet to gel to see that that's seamless trade. Yes, they are pushing the AFTAC, they are pushing the SATAM said, SOUQ African skies. All this are the drawing board to ensure that Africans unite, commerce-wise. Africans have the single sky. You can fly anywhere you want to fly to within Africa. All these are on the pipeline, but they are not yet in place. It's always difficult to network within Africa. It's always difficult to transport within Africa due to the rigid customs regulations and border crossings. So people would rather deal with Asia whereby just fly straight into their country rather than going through a second or third country. But as it goes through the second or third countries, so also their cost of freight and cost of movement increase.
Now let's talk about the Asian Air Corridor. What is so peculiar about this corridor that is of attraction to the African airlines and for the kind of services being provided? What makes it different from other corridor and some of the characteristics or peculiarities about this corridor? Let's talk about it. Apart from the issue of pricing, which is considered to be cheaper to patronize that corridor, but what are other peculiarities that is also attracting this volume of businesses to this region?
Yeah, I think you have to look at the ability to get a visa, entry visa to those countries. That comes easily for when compared to getting visas into Europe or America. Again, the Asian countries, they are ready to bend. I mean, you can discuss them what you want, and that will be given to you. They are not rigid about standards. They're not rigid about what the law says that this is the minimum. They do to your specification, and I think that is what has been pushing businessmen there. But when you go to the European countries, they tell you this is the standard here, and they can go below this, and that has made people to move towards Asian countries who would make something more suitable. And then that's trend of doing something that's adaptable to your society, and you do every society has what makes it a particular point of move. So you can adapt, you can go there and seek for that adaptability, and that you get. And most importantly, financing. The Asians have a good credit facility, and that also helps in diverting our businessmen there rather than to go back to America.
So this increase or the boom in Asia-Africa air cargo is partly as a result of the capacity constraints with maritime cargo. So what do you think of some of the reasons why there are constraints in maritime cargo? And if this boom with air cargo continues, would it be a big problem or a challenge for maritime cargo?
Yeah. There's a little bit of constraint with maritime cargo now due to the crisis in the Middle East. So some of those routes are now not possible, and it's taking a longer route to get to destination. So that has delayed movement, the cargo movement on the maritime. So then you have those who, and if you have some when you have some that stand out, and you don't want to risk that longer navigation through the seas, then you have to move to the air cargo, which is the only option left outside the maritime. So, and I think that has caused an increase in air cargo. Again, for some countries in Africa, clearance at the maritime can be cumbersome, can be delayed, and then and oftentimes the ones for Africa, you find out that it stops in about 3 or 4, 5 countries within that belt, and with that stoppage and custom clearance in those belts, there's long delay of your cargo. So they also prefer to use the air transport mode for such cargo. Again, for those that are time sensitive, it's inevitable that air cargo will be the option, and that's why you see we have that huge demand for air cargo transportation.
All right. In spite of this report, which is quite commendable, that African airlines are playing a significant role when it comes to the issue of air cargo service here, are there other challenges that are being faced by these airlines? Most importantly, when you talk about the issue of capacity and the cost of operation, can you give us a picture and what can be done to make this better, so that this commendable report could be something to go by in few months?
Yeah, I think if I start with Nigeria, there's been that problem of that chain of approval to the final export gates, also to the consumer down here in Nigeria. It's been very cumbersome, and that's why the cost of exporting goods are more expensive when compared to neighboring countries. We need to work on that problem. We have set up so many committees, and we are yet to resolve it. And I think with the ease of doing business that the present government has continued and have improved upon from what was handed over to them by the last government, I think there's a to address that critical area. I'm happy that the government have agreed to bring introduce body cameras at the airports. The body cameras are given to customs, immigration, and all the other security agents. I think that would further expose the routes and also help reduce the routes, and also help in alleviating the high cost of getting goods out of the country and into the country. Because when these costs are made high, they are discouraging exports, which we generally need right now with the advent of this foreign currency crisis. And we need to encourage exports. We must do everything. And when you get to the cargo time now, you see people sweating, you see people pushing each other just to get maybe one bag of this out of the country. And I think they need to improve that eco chain, the cargo export eco chain at the airport. It's a bit clumsy and rowdy, and needs to improve to help cargo exports. Cargo exports are out of Nigeria. Cargo exports is the key, and we need to be part of it. With the falling rates of the naira, that should encourage our export, and we must capitalize on it. If we've not done that before, it's the right time to capitalize on the foreign rates for the fall of the naira to improve exports.
Aside from the airlines that are cashing out right now with a boom in air cargo, for other businesses that support this, what are the pros and cons of air cargo business?
Well, you see, air cargo business is not benefiting the airlines and the airports community alone, but the economy in general. Because the things that are brought in are not dropped at the airport for the airport users or for the agents to play with. You find that as they are coming in, they are taken out and even flown to other parts of the country, taken to factories, taken to designated business areas within the country. We have the export trade zones. Some are within the airport, some are outside the airport. Most of these materials and other businesses goes into the economy. Once the economy, funds are gotten, and they are used to buy to buy other goods or even export some materials out of the country. So it's only beneficial when you participate. It's not only when you bring in. Because when you only bring in, you put pressure on your economy, you increase the cost of freight goods. Because when aircraft bring goods into Nigeria, you're showing Kenya Airways now. When airlines bring goods into Nigeria, they expect to carry goods back. If they don't, if they're going back empty, there will be a double charge on the goods they are bringing in to augment for the empty leg. So we must encourage exports. So we will bring down the general cost of freighting goods in and out of Nigeria. Because it's only when if they come in full and they're going back empty, then they would have calculated that cost of going back empty into the cost of bringing it in. So we need to encourage exports so the belly will be full. And as the belly gets full, you now begin to have more airlines, you can have more competition, and as you have more competition, you can have better rates and better services for air cargo within and outside the country.
You've highlighted two key things. One of them is that if the airlines, when they deliver goods to Nigeria, do not have goods to take back, then they transfer the cost on the goods they're bringing in, meaning that whatever they bring in will be more expensive in the market. Now, encouraging exports out of Nigeria, we've seen that with the coming or with the use of air cargo for delivery of goods to other parts of the country. Now, one type of trade that seems to be booming is the sales of African food to Africans in the diaspora. But sometimes there are challenges with the authorities at the receiving airports. Either the goods come in and they're checked, sometimes they're not allowed to get to the customer who ordered for them because of standard issues or some other issues. What can be done to support exports from Nigeria, whether they're for agricultural produce or other types of merchandise?
Yeah, it comes to the standardization. It's not a secret that the Nigerian yam that's not accepted outside there goes through Ghana and goes out from Ghana, goes to the outside world. What is the difference? Respect for the authorities in Ghana in presenting and arranging the necessary documentation and certification needed. But in Nigeria, while we are not able to standardize our produce, we must begin to look at ways to address that. You do not start at the airports to begin to check. You must start from the production site. And here comes we're talking about from the farms. You must have representatives. And again, we have too many bodies. Standard Organization of Nigeria, NAFDAC, there are about 3 other 4 bodies that all want to check quarantine, that they're all checking the same goods. This process delays and increases the cost. And because it increases the cost and delay, there's a tendency to want to bypass one or the other. In doing that, naturally, you now begin to throw away standards. So we need to streamline the agencies. We need to streamline the standard. We need to address our colleagues. When I say colleagues, they are their own colleagues in other countries. You need to attend international organization meetings and conferences, stating your own position and knowing what problem they have with you before your goods can come in. And I think it's an area that we need to improve upon. We can't just be in isolation. We can't continue to have different bodies certifying just one commodity. I think we should there was that one-stop shop whereby everything comes in a place. And with the advent of technology now, it is not difficult to do this if you want to do it. I forgot, I didn't mention FIRO. FIRO is also another body that also gives us standards. So I think there must be that collaboration with all these bodies to come on that to have a joint system of process that will approve this imports symmetrically and allow their goods to live on time without much difficulty, and also ensuring they support these exporters by liaising and talking to their counterpart of measures they have put in place and how these have met with the standard and asked for in that country.
Now, talking about the presence of multiple agencies at the airport or being involved in cargo clearance in Nigeria, this agitation has been on for years, the debate to streamline this number of agencies. But why do you think it's been challenging to achieve this? And then what will be the role of technology here? Having a single window where all these agencies could, the activities could be plugged in, and it's easier for exporters or importers to access these agencies. So why is it difficult to streamline the number of agencies involved in cargo clearance in Nigeria? And then what will be the role of technology here?
You and I are Nigerians, and you know how difficult it is to eradicate corruption, bringing standards in. But once there's a will, there's a way. I'm happy to see the ease of doing business. The ease of doing business of the government is on now, and I think it's time to look at that export area. There was a committee set up to look at the multiple agencies and SOUQ, the unnecessary committee, and that report has never been implemented till today. To our surprise, the government came in, and instead of having 36 ministers, we're having about 48 ministers. So if you're already having 48 ministers at the executive, how will you now streamline the agencies that are multiple agencies that are exporting goods? You have only told the world that yes, we need to take care of our own. We in our own way, rather than in a mode that would improve performance and economy. So I think it boils down to the executive to show that direction. That look, we're having a financial crisis due to lack of the lack of forex, and the only way you can get forex outside oil is for you to export. We can't keep collecting loan. We can't keep waiting for diaspora remittance. We must improve non-oil exports. We must encourage non-oil exports, and to encourage non-oil exports, to improve it, you must take some of this must be in place. One, you must sign agreements with cooperative partners and other institutions that have to do with trade. You must see to the implementation, and see to the implementation. You will not come inwards and look at those bottlenecks that are making your exports difficult, delayed, and expensive. And when you address those things, we'll continue to just do this. Olu sending Gary to his friends in UK, maybe 40 kg, rather than having a big export program that will go beyond just sending to my friend in the UK or familiar friends. The Asians are here buying our produce, taking it out in large quantity. Yes, Nigerians cannot do the same. So there's a need to improve that entire process, streamline it, and make use of the technology has come. And like I said, I'm happy with those cameras that are coming with body cameras. I think more need to be installed because it's one of the things that increases the cost of export is the corruption and the unnecessary request by the officials at the airport. Now, if that can be brought down, if the multiple agencies can be put together under one institution. What I mean, one institution is in that institution of processing that document, that everybody sees it on the system. No hanky panky. Then we're not talking about how to improve the export itself. Again, we have to also go back. We have done that of the airport. Now go back to the chain, because moving goods from outside Lagos, from wherever they are produced to Lagos, is also a Hercules tax. If you have been to that toll gate to get into Lagos, you see how the taps stay there. When you're crossing these states, staff are disturbing, and again the bad roads that delays this vehicle, that cause too much damage, and all this affects the final cost of moving this product. And now we've had the fuel challenge. There's a deregulation with the increase in fuel. You can imagine the cost of moving this goods to the airport. So all these costs are finally built into the cost of exporting this product, and that affects it too.
With business increasing or getting to a peak at this time of the year, there will definitely be more demand for air cargo at this point. Now, do you think that some airlines may be thinking of doing more of cargo airlines than passenger airline, or carrying passengers than, I beg your pardon, carrying cargoes than carrying passengers because of the demand and maybe the boom that they're experiencing as well?
If it's on the domestic front, the cargo scheduled flights are yet to get to the level or attainment of the passenger flights. And we understand what the problem is. So part of the problem is what I've highlighted earlier. Most of the airports, local airports here, do not have that storage to keep those goods at the airport. Again, the Nigerian civil aviation law that has restricted the age of cargo of airlines into Nigeria is affecting the ability to purchase aircraft for cargo operation. Most cargo aircrafts now are aircraft that have done scheduled operations are now converted to cargo. So they are not young, but they are safe and efficient. But then we have made a law when during the historical period of having multiple crashes, and that law is affecting the bringing in of aircrafts of certain age for operation. So I think we should look at that law and see how and see if I'm sure if that is fulfilled, we'll have more aircrafts for the cargo operation. The cargo can now start to develop within Nigerian economies. Cargo movement can now start to develop within Nigerian economy. Right now, what we have are charter cargo flights and not scheduled flights, and this is what we should start looking at. We have almost all the airports built by the state are named cargo airports. But to tell you, I'm telling you this for free. Those airports are carrying passengers and not cargo. But when you look at the business plan, when you look at it when they are launching it, it is cargo. They all talk about the goods producing their sales, and that's the idea today. But today, that's not what is happening. So you cannot, if they are going to bring cargo to the airport, there must be that storage, there must be facility at the airport to hold the cargo. There must also be the aircraft to carry this cargo. And yes, you put some in the belly of passenger aircraft. It cannot be the same when you have dedicated cargo aircraft flying and doing these operations, and that's an area we need. But I said earlier, I think the regulator, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, should take some step in reviewing the age limit put on such aircraft in Nigeria.
Now, let's make reference to air cargo infrastructure in the airports you have in Nigeria. An expert has done an estimation that it will require about $5 billion to fix the infrastructure you have in all the maybe about 24 airports you have in Nigeria. Now, I'd like you to give us a picture of what it looks like when it comes to air cargo infrastructure in most of the airports you have in Nigeria. And what are the critical things you think government should pay attention to when it comes to the issue of air cargo infrastructure?
Well, let me start by commending the management of MM2, that's the by company services. They just brought, they've just made some significant investments in cargo infrastructure at the airport in their terminal there. That is maybe about the first one we have in Nigeria. Outside was owned by the ground handling companies on the international airport, but on the local front, I think that's about the first one. And what we need is to see investments, such investments in other airports. But FAN alone cannot do this investment under the present structure. So, for FAN to be able to handle, to be able to spread the investments of about 22 airports, that would be biting more than they can chew. But they can begin to do a regional arrangement and maybe picking one airport in each region that shows that capacity or tenacity to have cargo. There's the facilities, the cargo facility, apart from the warehousing is the least of it. But then there are other things that you need that coolant, the cooling system, the temperature compliant warehouse for some other perishable goods. Some of these things would some of this equipment and infrastructure are something that they need to invest on. And at times they can even partner with the organizations or states that this are going to be coming from in so that can come in place. For that to also come in place, there must be aircraft to lift goods. Because you taking goods to the airport and there's no aircraft to lift it would destroy the goods, and all the expenses put on it would have been wasted. So they will also need to work on those and work on cargo airlines. Yeah, I know about one or two cargo airlines have just registered in Nigeria, and they're going through that process of getting their aircraft in. See, and that's why I'm pleading with the regulator to look at that review of the age, so that some of these aircraft can come in and we begin to have scheduled cargo operations to different parts of the country, rather than only when you are on charter flight. When you have more scheduled flights, you have brought more employment into the country. You have brought an increase in the use of Nigerian airspace. You have brought increased training for our professionals in that field, and you have also increased revenue for the agencies and all those involved in the value chain of moving those goods. The truckers, the cargo agents, the loaders, everybody will benefit from the system. And also, most importantly, that increases their vision contribution to the nation's GDP.
All right. In that report as well, the IATA report highlighted the performance of different regions in the global air cargo market. So in the lead, we have Asia Pacific Airlines leading the global cargo market, followed by European carriers, North American Airlines, and then Latin American carriers. But what this is revealing is the rebound of the air cargo markets globally after the COVID-19 pandemic. Is this sustainable?
Yes. Once we have peace worldwide, and the economy keep booming, and people, big organizations, and companies are functioning, definitely the cargo will boom. Peace is paramount to the growing of the economy. And once there's peace, and we are able to encourage small-scale industries, encourage companies with appropriate economic policies and monetary policies too, which would give access to credit, then definitely cargo will boom. And for cargo to also boom, then you have the people itself. It's not like the airline wants to say, okay, we need the middle class to fly. For cargo to boom, every sector of the economy, whether it is high, middle, or low, must have that income, that disposable income to buy, to use. And once that is there for people, for the citizens, then they're looking about increase in cargo and increase in cargo movement. So it's not within the sphere of the airlines alone to see to the improvement of the cargo, but it's generally the global economy. How it moves, how it diversifies, and that helps FCA all of us through this improved cargo movement. Well, for most of the West African countries, we take in more of finished products and export raw materials, and until when that can be improved or turned around, we just need to continue to develop our raw materials to quality, so that we can also start working and using those materials to make those producers, which we can also export. You can see what's happened over the years. We've been taking out food and importing the finished products. But now, Dangote is here now. He has started exporting. So other refiners that have always been on ground but were not used are now also ready. Asking for crude to be given to them so that they can also export. And when these companies do export their products, you find that when they get paid, they look at what they can bring in back with. They just don't throw the money back. They see what they can bring in into the country with the sales of those products. And once we begin to sell and they make money, you can show that cargo would definitely continue to be, they'll be on that increased line. But again, I look forward to the African after that implementation be fast and furious. If I would use that word now, because we spent so much time in preparing drawing the lines and doing the graph for that to be implemented, so that Africa can start benefiting. We can start that trade within us, because when the trade within us is encouraged and moves smoothly, you're sure getting better products. Not in terms of quality, but it might be cheaper. It definitely be cheaper, and that will encourage improvement and also increase cargo movement within the sub-region and also in Nigeria in particular.
All right, before now, there's been so much talk about the issue of 24 hours cargo clearance, having 48 hours cargo clearance. Give us a picture of what is playing out, and of course, what you've painted earlier is a far cry from this reality. Now, if this is going to become something to go by, 24 hours cargo clearance, 48 hours cargo clearance, what are the steps to be taken to ensure that this become a reality as we wrap up this conversation?
Well, I highlighted some of the things that they can make that work, and that's it must come from the top. When you have different agencies under different ministries and leadership, you cannot push that to the head of authorities. You cannot push that to a particular ministry to lead that process, to make it more efficient, to bring all agencies, security, regulatory, monitoring agencies, to bring them together under an umbrella. That directive must come from the presidency. And from the presidency, they begin that process of instilling that discipline, improving that process that will encourage. I'm particularly biased for export now rather than import, and it's that process that we use to help improve the export process and improve the quality of goods going out, the time that's going out, and its cost. For us to get those cost, time, quality in place, we need the ease of doing business. You not just focus on the passengers you do. They need to come to the cargo section, which as of today it has and needs some attention. It needs strong attention to improve and join that improved statistics that we have read that today from the IATA international body.
Thank you so much, Olumide Hunaya, for your time with us on Air Exchange this morning. Let's hope that Nigeria, particularly Nigerian Airlines, will position rightly to take their share from the burgeoning Africa-Asia air cargo market, and so the economy can thrive better. Let's take a break and return to time to look at the girl child, because it is International Day for the Girl Child. And this year, it's about the girl's vision for the future. Stay.
Gone are the days when girls were limited to house chores and small-scale family support, while boys pursued education and career goals. Today, the impact of girls is felt in every sector, from homes to workplaces and beyond. The need to maintain the momentum, break all barriers, is crucial, as girls now find themselves driving innovation, making strides in technology, transforming their communities through leadership and creativity. 11th of October is a day dedicated to celebrate the aspirations and achievements of girls worldwide, while highlighting the challenges they continue to face. The International Day of the Girl Child, launched by the United Nations in 2012, not only brings attention to these challenges but also champions girls' rights. The day calls for global action to empower girls, ensuring they have equal access to opportunities and the ability to shape their own futures. It is a reminder that when girls are given the tools to thrive, they can contribute meaningfully to society, transforming their communities and the world at large. The 2024 theme, Girls' Vision for the Future, focuses on amplifying girls' voices and supporting their ambitions. Globally, there are approximately 1.1 billion girls under the age of 18. These individuals around the world envision a future free of barriers, where they can pursue education, leadership, and solutions for global challenges like climate change and gender inequality. Despite notable progress made, many are still faced with significant challenges. Around 130 million girls are out of school globally, especially in regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. Issues like child marriage, which affects 12 million girls each year, gender-based violence, and limited access to reproductive health care persist, stiffening their potential. 1 in 4 adolescent girls is not in education, employment or training, keeping them trapped in circles of poverty and limiting their future prospects. The International Day of the Girl Child is a call to action, reminding the world of the need to invest in girls' education, healthcare and leadership development. It urges global leaders, communities and individuals to create spaces where girls can thrive and realize their full potential. Campaigns addressing harmful practices like female genital mutilation, which affect over 200 million girls and women worldwide, and promoting better sanitation, especially for girls in low-income countries, have made progress, but more remains to be done. As we celebrate October 11, 2024, this day is not just about recognition. It is a global commitment to dismantle the barriers that hold girls back. Focusing on girls' vision for a better world is essential. Empowering girls today not only transforms their lives but also paves the way for a future filled with leaders, innovators and change makers. A world where every girl can pursue her dreams without limitations is within reach by investing in a future that benefits everyone, contributing to a more inclusive and equitable world for generations to come. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Today is October 11, and it is globally observed as the day for the International Day for the Girl Child. And the 2024 theme is Girls' Vision for the Future. It highlights the importance of listening and supporting girls' vision for their life. What do they want to become? What do they see themselves as? And that's what we're looking at this morning as we're joined in studio by Dr. Tewa Onasunya, who is an author, entrepreneur, and mindset stylist. Come on, when you're talking about vision, I'm not talking about, someone asking, maybe an optician asking how clear is your sight, do you have good vision? Talking about what you see yourself. So first of all, it's something that is conceptualized in the mind. So that's why we brought here a mind stylist who will be speaking to how girls can shape the vision of what they want to be in future. Good morning, Tara.
Good morning.
Good morning. Glad to have you join us.
I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
Same here. It's our pleasure.
I like the colorful designs on your dress. When you talk about girl, people are thinking sometimes maybe you want to see a very young girl, but a woman is a girl any day, anytime.
Any day, anytime. Any day, anytime. We're still somebody's baby.
Yeah.
Yes. You're right about that. So this is our day, right?
Yes, it is our day, and we're owning it.
Yeah, you're making me start now. I can understand. It's your day.
Don't worry, baby. When is Father's Day?
Exactly. The International Boy Day.
We're also part of the celebration.
Oh yes, because every man has a girl in their life, either a daughter, a sister,
mother,
wife, a mother.
Yeah.
Girl is a girl even at 120.
Yes.
They don't like to,
No, that's why you find that sometimes when you ask a woman her age and she's like,
they don't like
don't tell their age.
I think now we're getting to a point where we don't mind talking about our age because it's now, we're now in the mindset of, I am how old I am, and take it or leave it.
I don't think that's fashionable in Africa, but let's get back to the conversation.
Okay. For telling my age.
Right, so
Things like
girls'
that.
vision for the future. This is another International Day for the
For
girl
girl
child.
child.
There have been several, and there will be many more. And they've always had different themes. But looking at the girl's vision for the future is like asking, what do you see? Asking the girl
The
child,
girl.
what do you see? And not dictating or painting a future for her. Now, how did it get us here? What was the journey like moving from when girls were told what they could do
Exactly.
and could not do to a time where it's saying, okay, let's see your future from
Your
lens.
perspective. Yeah. I think it's a great welcoming idea because, like you've rightly mentioned, in the past, well, when I say in the past, we have to be very careful about the past as well because, during my time, we weren't dictated to of what we want, what do you want to do, or so what we wanted to do, or things like that. But way past, and I would say maybe my mother's time or, even older generation, there were certain things that girls couldn't do. There were certain things that you were limited to even think you could do. And it's just a case of now that we're in the age where even if you don't ask them, they will tell you. And it's all about now just encouraging them to speak up, encouraging them to, get in tune with that mindset of they can do whoever and, do whatever it is they want to do. So it's a great welcoming idea and I am here for it, especially being an advocate for women empowerment. So this is so I'm here for it.
All right, it's quite interesting, a special day like this is dedicated to us raising the awareness of the issues, everyday issues being faced by the girl
The girl
child
child.
globally. And now because for us to solve the problem, we need to paint a picture of what it is now. So
Yeah.
as someone who has engaged in mind shift activities or exercises over the years, what has been your observation as regards to this position to a girl child globally? Then let's talk about some of the issues peculiar to Africa here in terms of the disposition to a girl child, the issue of inequality and all that. Give us a picture of some of your findings in the course of your activities as regards to disposition to girl child in Africa, most importantly.
Great question. So what I have seen is that people have been limited by whatever the society, even the home, has put into them. And I'm going to cite myself as an example. I grew up in a family of all girls. And in that family, we were not told that we couldn't do X, Y, Z. So we had this vision or we had this mindset that we could do whatever it is. But when I began to go into the society, that was when I realized, oh, you're a woman doing this, you're a woman doing that. There was that segregation.
It's a different ballgame.
It's a different ballgame. So really and truly, the mindset has been, oh, because I'm a girl, I shouldn't, reach for this much. Because I'm a girl, I shouldn't maybe earn as much as the boy is earning, even though we're in the same class or we went to the same university and things like that. So now the work is just helping women especially retrain their mindset to know that you're a human being, a human being first, not a girl, not a boy. We're all human beings. And whatever you can do, man, we can do as well. And just putting yourself out there. Because a lot of us, even at this age, even older people don't put themselves out there. You would see, I'm going to cite an example of, maybe going to a conference, you will see a conference discussing, matters that women should know about or, discussing matters that there are women in that field and the place will be filled with men on the panel. And you're thinking, but surely there's a woman in real estate, there's a woman in engineering, there's a woman in, XYZ, she should be able to do that. And globally as well, we still see that in some countries, women are still being suppressed. Girls are still being, told not to go to school, not being educated, not to, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's still going on globally. But we have to champion the fight and say that, okay, this is what we knew in the past. We're retuning our minds to say, okay, this is the future. The future is a future where everybody is equal. I'm not saying, oh, equal in the home, because there are different dynamics to it, but equal in the sense that we went to the same school, or we have the same degree, let's earn the same amount. I can do whatever I want to do. I can be at a meeting at 2 a.m. if I need to be. It's not just because he's a man, he can do that. So it's just retuning that mind and making women, understand the fact that you are enough. And believing in yourself as well. That is a big thing because over the years we've been suppressed, we've been told pulled down and things like that. So it takes I always say this, that it took a while for that mindset to be placed on women or
It's going to
girls.
take.
So it's going to take a while for it to be retrained. So it's something that has to be intentionally done as often as possible.
So while the mindset has been worked on, there seems to be a force in the environment that fights against that mindset from being formed and being very active. You've talked about how you grew up in your home, and in your home, you did not have a consciousness of, hey, I'm a girl. There are certain things I can't
do. Yeah.
Until you got out and you began to see that there was some sort of discrimination or classification as to what a man can do, what a woman cannot do. So in today's age, we see that women are very educated.
Yeah.
So it's not really an issue of women can go to school or girls can be educated. We've passed that to a good extent. But there seems to be a ceiling over what the woman can be. Maybe not written somewhere, but dictated by the environment. And sometimes being pushed by women.
Yeah.
So we have women who are architects, who are doctors and lawyers. But when it comes to leadership, you still find people say, hey, tone it down, you're a woman. You don't need to come out so strong. Why do we still have that?
We still have that because of the society, and we still have that because of men that want us to be suppressed. We still have
the men that wants the women to.
Not only men.
The question is this: is it the men really that wants women to be suppressed, or it's women?
No, I'm saying
more of
both.
them.
So I was coming to that. So we still have men who want women to be suppressed, and we have women as well who want to be the only ones, so to speak. You know, some women, not all women, who want to be the only one. But the thing is, I don't conform to the norm. Probably from my upbringing and the mindset I have. You go into the society and they're saying you can't do this, you can't do that. You change the norm. You be the change. Because if we're expecting the society to tell us how to behave or tell us what to do, then we're going to be here for a long time. I mean, the UN has been talking about women, gender equality for so many years. I mean, since God knows how long, and we still have. In fact, the stat says we probably still have about 200 or so years to go. I think I read somewhere. So we still have a long way to go. So the onus is on us, actually. You determine how people treat you. You determine how circumstances fit whatever it is you're doing. So yes, the society might say X, Y, Z, but in fact, I don't even think it's going to take that long, because the Gen Zs are rising up to the occasion. They're telling you exactly what they want and, going out there to get exactly what they desire. Now, I did mention that some men want women suppressed, but some men are advocate for women empowerment, advocates, for the girls. I would cite my dad as an example. I mean, all of us are graduates. All of us are, women doing whatever it is we want in our own right. And it has to be from the fact that he was, an enabler, so to speak. And it's like, okay, you know what? Yes, they're girls, but they still have to be the best at what they're doing. They still have to become the best and things like that. So we also have to take the honors and not just play lip service to, girl empowerment or women empowerment. No, but we're taking action. So whatever the society is conforming into us, we have to reject it and just be able to put our heads high and do what is necessary.
I'm going to ask you this now. In changing the narrative, and that's some mistakes that have been made by women while trying to change the narrative, and in that attempt they've created a different narrative that doesn't quite represent. One of them is the feminist move. What's your take on that? What should be the right way in changing the narrative to a future that the girl would say, this is what I want to be, and this is who we are as girls?
Personally, I think the feminism term has been taken out of context. Seriously, because feminism is not about fighting the man or saying, oh, I'm the head of the house or blah, blah. No. Feminism, to me, and from the general knowledge I know, is about equality in the workplace, in education, in healthcare. It's not about, oh, women are supposed to be above the men. No, it's not about that. It's about equality. It's about thinking everybody as human beings first, not looking at the gender first. I was saying earlier about, when I got into the society, that's when I realized that, okay, women could do this. I became a publisher because it was something that I wanted to do. It was, something I desired to do. It was later on, people were now, oh, how does it feel to be a woman in publishing? And I'm like, okay, I didn't even know that that was a thing. I was just thinking of myself as a human being. So in terms of, okay, publishers that are male are able to do XYZ, females are not. I'm like, no, I'm a publisher in my own right. I can also do this. So in terms of feminism, it's about, we're on the board. You can't be paying the man 5 million and say, because I'm a woman, you pay me 2 million. We have equal rights. And you can't be saying, oh, because she's a woman, she shouldn't attend certain meetings because, oh, she has to take care of her kids. We all know what we're meant to do. The man has his role at home. The woman has a role at home as well. But if we're talking about being in the society, we have to have equal rights.
All right, the subject of feminism is likely misunderstood. So if
Big
we get
time.
into that now, maybe we need another conversation for that. Well, let's talk about the girl tribe now here. You talked about limitations. And it's
Yes.
not just about men. You have social limitations, environmental limitations,
Cultural.
even cultural,
Yeah.
the issue of that. Now, but the issue is, if you look at the theme for this year, it says girls' vision for the future. I like the fact that your background, you're a mindset, expert. Now, for an average girl child in a place where you're born and then you're facing or contending with these limitations, what would you expect? What kind of help is necessary for this particular girl child who's been trained from a good family, she has a good vision for a situation not to become, if I may borrow this word, the advice is what you
got?
The kind of future you have for yourself and the reality in your environment is not looking like it. So what kind of help will a girl child in that kind of situation, in that kind of environment, given that kind of limitations, will be given to for that girl to be able to realize a vision,
Yeah.
and then the bright future she's envisaging, then she can get it? What kind of support is expected to give to that kind of girl child? Let's emphasize on that.
I think the first thing, the kind of support that needs to be given will start from the home. And then eventually the classroom, which is the school. The home being, the parents honing it into the girl child that she can do and be whatever it is she desires to be. That limitation will always be there because, there are different things that we're contending with every single day. But the thing is, you must not look at the limitation and let it hold you back. But instead, look at the limitation and think, okay, you know what? This is a stumbling block for me to get to my next destination. And whatever vision you have for yourself as the girl child is possible for you to realize. So the parents have to instill that belief in them that they can do whatever it is they want to do and also build their confidence as well, because we need to build our confidence. Even as older people, we still need to build our confidence. That needs to be done. And then I said the classroom as well, teachers, not segregating them and saying, boys will do this, the girls will not. Let everybody integrate and work together. And the vision for, whatever vision anybody has can be realized if you believe in yourself. So talking about limitations will always be there, but it's just fighting your way through that limitation and saying that, okay, you can do whatever you want to do. And also looking for an example. The reason we do the Eloy Awards or, Exquisite Magazine is because we want to showcase women that are doing exceptionally well so that the younger women can see people like them, so to speak, that they can emulate. It's always, always good to see an example of where you want to go to. It might not be the exact example, but at least it's a representation of where you want to go to. So classroom teachers, we're talking also getting mentors or, people that you hold in high esteem that you can share things with and that can advise you and not look down on you because you're a girl.
So we have about more than 1.1 billion girls in the world. That's a large number. And when they say, if you educate a girl, you educate
the community
because, hey, she'll become a mother of children and be the one who influences them.
Yeah.
Spends more time with them.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about empowerment, apart from education, if we're looking at the future and the current trend, what are the areas that should be focused on in empowering today's girl for tomorrow?
My big one is the belief and the building the confidence. Because that needs to be, you can be as confident as you think you're confident. You get to a place and somebody says something and everything comes shattering down. So it's building that confidence. That is empowerment. Being able to hold your head high anywhere you go to. Knowing that you're not always right, but then again, leaving that room to learn, but you're confident in yourself. You have that belief in yourself that you can, that you can hold your ground. So I think that is very, very important. And that is the start of empowerment. And it's a mindset thing as well. If you're confident and you're continuing to build your confidence, how do you build your confidence? By doing something that ordinarily you don't know how to do. And then you get better at it. Going to different places that ordinarily you probably will be scared of going into, but you're building your confidence by putting yourself in those situations. So in terms of empowerment, is building that confidence and then building resilience as well. Fall down 9 times, rise up 10, because life will always throw something at you. So you must make sure that you're building that resilience as well. So those for me are the important things, and obviously doing the work, taking action, not saying, because I'm a girl or because I'm beautiful, I can walk into any door. Yes, you can walk into any door, but when you get to the table, what do you bring to the table? What is your intellectual, for the lack of a better word, intellectual property? What is it like? My mom always says something to us when we were younger, that your education is your property. Nobody can take it away from you. And that's been instilled in me. And I still hold on to that belief till today. So even though I'm a beautiful, very beautiful woman, what do I bring to the table in terms of my intellect? And that intellect can only be built over time by being confident. And for you to be confident, you need to be learning. You need to be, educating yourself every single time, knowing what's going on.
All right. When you're having this kind of conversation, I always love to talk about the African feel, So let's talk about the plight of an African girl child. I'm an African and I'm passionate about that, because you must acknowledge the peculiarity of a girl child. What they go through here could be different from other climes. So let's talk about the African continent, where you have the issue of out of school children.
Yeah.
And if you look at the statistics, most of these out of school children are girls. Now, what kind of attention should be given to this trend, most importantly in the North? It's becoming, an issue to deal with, and girls are largely affected here. Let's talk about this issue. What should be done to address it? Should there be a special bill, a special attention to ensure that this is kicked out for the society to be better for it?
I like the idea of a special bill, because I think that, a bill does need to be created where you ensure that every child is in school. Make sure every child is in school. But for us to for the bill to be understood, the parents needs to be educated as well. Because we're mentioning the North and some other parts of Nigeria or parts of Africa. Some of the men or some of the fathers still have this notion in their heads that there's no point in training a girl child because she's going to be married off someday anyway. So her husband will take care of her. So the parents need to be educated. Every single thing that happens to every single one of us in this life starts from the home. Once the father understands and the mother understands that the girl child needs to be educated, then when a bill is passed, they can adhere to it and work towards it. So I would say that it definitely needs to be, having a conversation with the fathers and the mothers. And the reason I say the fathers more is because obviously head of the house situation, and the mothers will listen to what the fathers say.
But why do you think some of these fathers have issues with their girls being educated?
I think it's a case of, it might be a little bit biased. I think it's, cultural in the sense that they believe if a girl child is educated, then she's enlightened and then can fight for herself. That's what I believe. Because if you look at the olden days, actually not even the olden days, even it happens in recent times where the women are not that educated, they're suppressed more. And they can't do or say anything because they're being suppressed. So I feel like, fathers probably think, maybe not out of their doing, but the cultural thing that has been instilled in them that, if this girl is trained to an extent, then she won't be marriable, so to speak, because she will get to her husband's house and be saying XYZ to the people there. So I think, it's largely a case of awareness and education. Every single thing in life is about what you know. Because when you know something, you act from that basic, that basic understanding. And when you know better, then you can eventually do better. So it's just about letting people know that educating the girl child is not in any way going to bring disgrace to your family, but in other ways, actually bring, respect to the family. And we have to even show examples of girls that are doing exceptionally well in different spheres of life, being able to, hold their homes, hold their businesses, their husbands, their society, things like that. So they just need to, it's hard work that needs to be done. It's a case of who wants to do the work and who wants to be fighting the fight. But I mean, everybody is doing their little fight in the little pockets, and we're getting somewhere, but more can still be done, especially with the fathers and the mothers.
Sir, the fathers are educated, I'm assuming now, and we have a situation where the fathers are educated, the mothers are educated, but then there's poverty. What role does this play?
There's so many factors. There's so many factors to play. And yes, poverty is, part of the factor. So some people might be like, okay, instead of sending a child to school, we might as well buy food and things like that. So in as much as the family has an onus on how the girl child's life plays out, the government has a role to play in that as well. Because the reason there's poverty is probably because of the economic situation of the country, or of the world, so to speak, if we want to be general. So yes, poverty does play a role, but you know what? Education is not only about going to school. It's about learning, what they can at home. And for you to be able to learn what you can at home, you have to have somebody that's, to an extent a bit literate. Maybe not necessarily literate, but at least can teach you something. So if the father is willing and he's educated, in your example, he can start to teach the girl child or the boy child, his children, on how to move forward, on what they can do and who they can be, whatever it is. And there's always, different ways and there are always different ways to do things, even though, yes, poverty is in the mix. I mean, we have free stuff, free schools.
Free schools, do we have free books as well?
Well, not necessarily, but we have free schools. We have free schools, and we can champion free books and free other things as well, just to make sure that we're ticking the box. But like I said, the government has a hand in it. The parents have a hand in it as well.
I'm going to ask you this. So with poverty in the mix, and we are in a time where there's so much influence from social media. And you highlighted role modeling, but it seems as these people choose who they want to be their role model.
Yeah.
So I see you rising through your own means. You're educated, you pursue a career. I see someone else who doesn't have to go through so much work, but making so much money. And there's poverty biting. And maybe my father wants to marry me off at an early age. All of these challenges that today's girl child is faced with, where does that leave her? What support should she get to rise above these challenges?
Tough one. Tough one. I think it would be a decision that the mother of the girl child has to make, and even the girl child as well. I mean, I know there are situations where you don't have a choice.
That's now.
Well, because the father's the one trying to, the father's trying to marry her off. Because it's usually the fathers, isn't it? No.
Because if you leave the father out of here, he's the one making the decision.
He's the one making the decision. But the mother can coerce the father. Yeah, the mother can coerce the father. And that's why I said it has to be the decision of the initial decision of the mom. So she can now speak to the father. Because if the mom is on the same page with the dad, then there's going to be war. Because even if the girl doesn't want to, the mother's going to say, this is best for you. And this is what I know. This is, this is the way, this is the only thing I know. So you have to follow in that footstep as well. But if the mother understands that there are women doing exceptionally well, even though she couldn't do it because of the way she was raised, but she sees other people doing that and she desires that for her child, she can coerce the father, speak to him and see what can be done. But, we still have years to go. We still have different foundational things to work through. And we still have so many things that has to be done. And the conversation can't end here. And it continues. So it's just a case of us, looking through every year, every time, what processes can we put in place to help the girl child? Yes, we're talking about education. We're talking about potentially free education. What about educating the mothers? What about educating the fathers? What about educating these older men that these young ladies will probably be married off to to let them understand that, okay, you know what, at least, I mean, I think to an extent, some of the men even train the girls when they get married to them. I've seen in some instances, yeah. It's all about education. And when I say education, not formal education, but speaking to them to let them understand the way life is now.
All right, you realize that even some of these fathers are educated, but they don't seem the need to educate a girl. You know, so it's not about education; it's about the mindset.
It's
but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
This conversation is getting more engaging, but we'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with our guest. Stay with us. It's about the girl child today, and that's our conversation today.
Gone are the days when girls were limited to house chores and small-scale family support, while boys pursued education and career goals. Today, the impact of girls is felt in every sector, from homes to workplaces and beyond. The need to maintain the momentum, break all barriers, is crucial, as girls now find themselves driving innovation, making strides in technology, transforming their communities through leadership and creativity. 11th of October is a day dedicated to celebrate the aspirations and achievements of girls worldwide, while highlighting the challenges they continue to face. The International Day of the Girl Child, launched by the United Nations in 2012, not only brings attention to these challenges but also champions girls' rights. The day calls for global action to empower girls, ensuring they have equal access to opportunities and the ability to shape their own futures. It is a reminder that when girls are given the tools to thrive, they can contribute meaningfully to society, transforming their communities and the world at large. The 2024 theme, Girls' Vision for the Future, focuses on amplifying girls' voices and supporting their ambitions. Globally, there are approximately 1.1 billion girls under the age of 18. These individuals around the world envision a future free of barriers, where they can pursue education, leadership, and solutions for global challenges like climate change and gender inequality. Despite notable progress made, many are still faced with significant challenges. Around 130 million girls are out of school globally, especially in regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. Issues like child marriage, which affects 12 million girls each year, gender-based violence, and limited access to reproductive health care persist, stiffening their potential. 1 in 4 adolescent girls is not in education, employment, or training, keeping them trapped in circles of poverty and limiting their future prospects. The International Day of the Girl Child is a call to action, reminding the world of the need to invest in girls' education, healthcare, and leadership development. It urges global leaders, communities, and individuals to create spaces where girls can thrive and realize their full potential. Campaigns addressing harmful practices like female genital mutilation, which affect over 200 million girls and women worldwide, and promoting better sanitation, especially for girls in low-income countries, have made progress, but more remains to be done. As we celebrate October 11, 2024, this day is not just about recognition. It is a global commitment to dismantle the barriers that hold girls back. Focusing on girls' vision for a better world is essential. Empowering girls today not only transforms their lives but also paves the way for a future filled with leaders, innovators, and change makers. A world where every girl can pursue her dreams without limitations is within reach by investing in a future that benefits everyone, contributing to a more inclusive and equitable world for generations to come. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. It's International Day of Girl Child globally. We're looking at the plight of girl child, and specifically, we've been talking about what is so peculiar about Africa. Before we went on break, we talked about the role of fathers, the role of mothers, and even the society in shaping these girls. Let's continue with this conversation. We still have Dr. Onosa here with us. She's here, right here in the studio, because it's a serious issue. So it doesn't demand speaking with us virtually. Appreciate the fact that you're here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now we were talking about the issue of early child marriage, which is quite peculiar in Africa, not just limited to Africa, but the peculiarity is here. Now let's look at the factors responsible for it. You talked about the need for parents to be educated, but you also observed that some of those parents are educated, or you have your disposition to customs or even the religion angle to this, and then it's becoming a struggle. So what can be done to ensure that the issue of early child marriage, which if we were according to the United Nations standard, is being frowned against because of the age factor and the fact that those girls can't make decisions on their own. But like what Blessing said, you have issue of poverty playing a role here. Maybe the parents feel, okay, let's give the child to a man who is wealthy as a way to come out of poverty. It's also another factor. So let's paint all these factors to help an average girl child facing this challenge to overcome it. You have the religious angles, you have the culture, and the role of education. In all this, how do we resolve this problem? Child marriage.
It's a big one, especially if especially since a lot of the men believe it's it's something that is their right, so to speak, because of religious purposes or cultural things. But what I would say is, yes, we've mentioned education, but it's also, yes, I've mentioned education, which is a part of it as well, but it's really being able to rewire their mindset about how they see the girl child and how they see child marriages as well. I suppose a lot of them do see, they have girl children and they can see that, okay, this person is too young to be a wife to somebody else. But because of what a mindset is not something that just develops like that. It's something that was developed over time. So from the generation before them to the generation now. And it's more, for me, I would still say it's more about educating them. Because if they're educated about the importance of or the benefit of not giving the child away at an early age, and also if the man that wants to marry the child is being educated about the fact that all the different things that can happen if the child is married off early. Early pregnancies cause a lot of stuff in women. Aside from that, there are different health issues as well. If they're I'm looking for a nice word to use on TV. If they're exposed at an early age. So I still believe it's a case of being educated, not educated in a formal way, like, 2+2 kind of education, but educated in the sense that we're helping them retune their mindset.
If they're enlightened.
To see this in a different light, in a different form. Because yes, the girl is married off at, I don't know, maybe 11 or 12. What benefit really and truly is she going to be if after a while, a lot of stuff start happening to her in terms of health issues, and then regret as well on the girl's part? And for girls that are currently in a situation like that, I've said this before, and this is the only thing that I can think of at the moment, is just to say it again, that the mothers have to also be educated or enlightened in a way that they know this is not the right way. Yes, I was going to say Bible, but yes, the law states it. But then again, the law is not always right. Laws are man-made. And I have this opinion that laws are made to suit some people, way more than others. So the laws that are man-made can be reworded to suit the situation we're in now?
If we're talking about laws, we understand that when we talk about laws and policy in Nigeria, there are many laws. So when it has to do with the girl child, sometimes it's not really the absence of the law, but it's the implementation of the law.
Yeah.
So let's come to defilement, issues of defilement and rape that the girl child sometimes is exposed to. It seems like it's kind of very hard to prove when a girl has been raped that she has been raped. And it's also very hard to get justice for the girl. We find victim shaming happening, victim blaming happening. But we already have the laws to protect. Implementing the laws become the issue. And we also have women who now turn to be like doing more of victim blaming and victim shaming. How do we come out of that?
Another tough question, because all parties have a part to play. A girl that is being defiled, yes, didn't want that situation to happen to her, but the person that did the defilement probably said to her, if you tell anybody, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill your family, so she's scared. Now, that's one scenario. Another scenario, a girl being told that will probably say, okay, you know what, I trust my mom. Let me speak to her. And then the mom wants to quieten everything and doesn't go out there to speak. So implementation of the law doesn't necessarily only, stands with the government, but with the family as well. Everything starts with the family. Because if the mother makes a lot of noise about what's happened, then she can fight for the child. Do you understand what I'm saying? But if she is also saying, oh, we don't want people to know, or okay, we know that person, we don't want to talk about it.
If the perpetrator is a family member.
Could be a family member or not. But the thing is, my big thing is, the girl that told her mom, is the mother doing anything about it? And then the girl that didn't even tell her mom, how is anything going to be done when nobody knows about what's going on? So it's a, two-way thing, or even more than two ways. Because mothers, I believe mothers have a right, even fathers have a right to fight for their child. But we're in a cultural situation where nobody wants to, victim shaming, nobody wants to say it outside. So they won't look at their daughter in a kind of way or in a certain way. And then nobody will even want to go out there. So they won't think, why is your own this much kind of thing. So the law is there, but implementing the law still lies in the family and the government as well. Because the government can put the laws everywhere. But if the people are not, harnessing their rights, so to speak, it would just be a law that's sitting there on paper.
All right. What a good time and a good comment. We're at a time where women are breaking barriers. If you look at what the crop of female CEOs we have in the banking industry are doing now. So it's enough to believe that women can also do it. An average girl child will grow up to be a lady or a woman, whichever you want to put it. So let's talk about the corporate world, the kind of challenges that are being faced by women, which eventually those girls, when they grow up, they tend to also meet the same kind of challenge. It's getting better. But what can also be done to also look at, in the workplace, the barriers against women or ladies, and how to overcome them to ensure that by the time those girls grow up, they understand what is to be done in the workplace. It is good that we have role models, we can mention them. But what's the role of role model in the corporate place to also helping the girl child to achieve their reality in a time where social media, it's the trend. And you also have influencers and social media influencers who are women playing some role in the social media space. How do we marry all this?
It's about knowing what suits that child as she grows older and, picking from what works, then looking through it and then deciding on her own. Because there's so many noises everywhere and you can't listen to all the noise. You have to be able to pick which will work for you and then model that. Yes, there are so many role models, so many people that you can look up to and pick what they've done and even have conversations with them as well. I always say this, that we don't know it all. And a woman that has been there means that it's possible. So if a woman has been there, try to get an audience with that woman Or if you're not getting an audience with that woman, see what she's doing so that you can kind of emulate that as well. You know, it's a case of there's so many things for us to choose from. So many women. So right now, thankfully, there's so many women for us to look through their lives and choose from, you know, what we can do and things like that. And another thing I would say is even the women that are on top, they need to throw the ladder down so that others can, you know, get on the ladder to get on top as well. Because you do get a situation where some are unapproachable, and then the girl or the woman now feels intimidated and, you know, and not want to approach them to learn from them. But there's always, you know, this thing where you have to resolve within yourself that, okay, even though there's a barrier that is being put up between us, I want to get to this position and I want to learn on how to get to this position. So to a few things, the mindset, a can-do mindset, not taking no for an answer. You know, yes, the limitations are there, but don't take no for an answer. So still pushing through. And then another thing, building your confidence. I said that before, because if you're meeting somebody who's attained a certain point in their career in the corporate world, you tend to be, you know, kind of like cower and think, oh my God, you know, she's so up there. But build your own confidence, and so that you're able to speak to this potential role model. Another big thing for me is, what do you also bring to the table? Because it's not about get. What value can you give to them as well? Because life I believe life should be symbiotic, not parasitic. So what value can you also offer them so that you're able to learn from them? Because every single thing we do in life is learning, and how we think about things as well. And our beliefs is formed from how we think. So how do you see yourself? Who do you see yourself as? What value do you, you know, bring to the society or bring to the company? Things like that, for you to be able to now say, okay, you know, this woman is doing what I would want to do. I would love her to, you know, mentor me, or, for the lack of a better word, minister into me as well. Impact into your life as well. So I would say, you know, those are my ways of, you know, encouraging people to do that. I mentor business women a lot, and one of the things that I say to them is, because we don't know everything. I have a mentor and I've been in business for over 21 years. Because we don't know it all, we have to always look at someone that has been there. Not necessarily someone that you can meet every single, you know, that you can see. But, you know, somebody out there, could be international as well, consuming whatever it is they're putting out there, their books, their videos, their interviews, you know, things like that, to grow yourself. The girl child has to understand that she is a powerhouse and can do whatever she wants to do. And that's the mindset that we need to imbibe in our children.
Okay, so earlier you mentioned it being a symbiotic relationship, not parasitic. Good. So we have different generations, and sometimes it's not particular to any gender, but we seem to have this thing between the older generation and the younger generation. Sometimes the older generation looking down on the younger generation and like, oh, you people don't have respect. You people are lazy. You people don't know how to do this. It was different in our time. And the younger generation looking to the older generation, oh, your time is past. You didn't know how to do this. So there seems to be a brag. Each generation bragging about what they can do or about what they know. How do we come to that meeting point? If we're talking about girls' vision for the future. So I know earlier we said a woman is a girl, even if she's 120. But let's not come to reality.
The girl.
So there's a difference. There's a girl. Some would say there's a lady, and then there's a woman. But there's a girl, there's a woman. So if you ask the girl what she sees about the future, times are changing, the trends are changing. How do we now come to the older generation having a sit or being able to flow with the younger generation and seeing what the future is through their eyes and using what they've learned, what they know, to also guide the girl, benefit from it as well, since the symbiotic relationship, and then move for the future. You have an organization. What is your organization doing in this aspect of molding, shaping the mindset, not just of the young girl, but of the woman to be able to work with a young girl for the future?
Yeah. So in as much as you've said that, there are still the older generation women that want to work with the younger women. that would even prefer to work with the Gen Zs because they want to see things from their perspective. They want to also move with the times. So I think, well, what I would say is know exactly what you want and don't believe everything you think. The reason I say that is if you're looking at this older generation woman and thinking, oh, she's going to say I'm this, she's going to think I'm this, you're already talking yourself out of it. So what do you want, from the relationship? Define it from the beginning. A lot of people don't know what they want. They have an idea, but they don't really know what they want. And this is what my organization say to our business owners, that you have to decide exactly what you want. Because if you come to me, for instance, a 20-year-old comes to me and she's all over the place. She doesn't know exactly what she wants, but she just, because it's Taylor, she wants to. No, I'm going to be like, okay, so, what exactly are we doing here? What do you want for yourself? What do you want from this relationship? On our mentoring program, they fill a form. We call it the Get to Know You form. And on the Get to Know You form, we always say to them that from your mentor, what do you want? What goal do you want? Because it's not about saying that, that person is my mentor and leaving it at that. It's more about the relationship you want to have. What do you aim to get out of it? And the older generation also have to, address what they want to gain out of it. Because we're all on a learning curve. We all have to determine what you're. I always say this as well, that whatever you greet life with is what life will greet you with as well. So if you're going to meet an older lady, or the older lady is coming to meet a younger lady with the preconception that, she's going to think she's bigger than me, she's going to think she's going to brag, that's what's going to happen because you thought about it. You can't think of X and then get Y. You thought about it. That's what's going to happen. I think we all have to, even though it happens, but we have to have a mindset, an open mindset of, okay, I admire this woman. I want to be able to learn from her. I want to work with her. Let me try to approach her. Let me, send her a respectful, and then you try to know the person you're sending a message to as well. Is the person that likes to be called auntie or madam, or do you understand what I mean? And not you, because I know that the Gen Zs are very liberal nowadays. They will just see you and call you by your name. And there you are, you're thinking, where did you come from? So learn the culture as well. It's like culture of anywhere. So learn the way the woman is, learn the culture of wherever you're going to, even if it's an organization. So it's about, quenching the thirst of the thirsty perception, if you understand what I mean, of the hungry perception, and just looking at, okay, this is what I have identified as what I want. This is a woman that I think can help me. How can I be of value to her in a respectful way that she would want to teach me as well, and also learn from me as well? Because everybody's learning from one another. So that's part of what we do in the organization as well, making sure that, especially with the mindset things, we're putting structures in place for you to be able to build yourself and your business. Because if personal development is not great, the business is not going to be great, or the career. So who are you as a person? Have you done your self audit? Do you know who you are? Do you know what what you want? Do you know what you bring to the table as well? And it all, we said it, mindset and the belief in yourself.
All right. I'm tempted to even expand or to even continue with this conversation, but we just have to resist that temptation and leave this conversation. It's an ongoing conversation that we have another time to to talk about. I like the fact that you emphasize on the issue of mentorship. There should be that synergy between what I call the old school and the new school, for you to learn and then for the society to get better. Variety is the spice of
life. Exactly.
The old one must learn to relate with the Gen Zs, which is what you've also emphasized.
Just to cite an example with the magazine, if we are not moving with the times and learning with the Gen Z, we'll still be printing the magazine that everybody reads on their phones.
And the interesting thing is, we are not deliberate about their mentorship. There are mentors on social media.
Exactly.
Social media, but they don't have
They could get the bad and the ugly if they're not careful.
Very true. So you have to be careful as well. And I say this as well, that not everybody is your mentor, because you might see the surface and think, I want to learn from, but not everybody is your mentor. You just have to decide. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. A lot of people are not exactly sure of what they want. So that self-audit still needs to be done. What do I want and who do I think can help me to get here?
All right.
Many takeaways from what you said. Self-audit is a mind thing. Well, those are critical. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Nosoya. She's a woman of many parts, author, entrepreneur, mindset, stylist, all in one. Thank you so much for your time
Thank you for having
and
me.
for your thoughts on this development. All right, it's still International Day for the Girl Child, and let me seize this opportunity to appeal to all the men, all the fathers that are out there. It's our responsibility to collaborate with our women, with our wives, to ensure that these children become better. For fathers who are still reserved or restrained about training their girl child or sending them to school, I must confess to you, that's old-fashioned. You're old school. The reality is, those girls, they are in position to also build community and also contribute to nation building. It is your responsibility as a father to ensure that you do your best so that these girls become better. Don't forget, it's Friday and it's time for you to relax. You can do a catch-up of all our conversations on all our social media platforms, on YouTube, Facebook, X. As early exchange, you always return bigger and better. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. We'll wrap up here and see you on Monday.
Because it's International Day for the Girl Child, give a girl a flower. If you're Nigerian, well, Nigerian girls have their own definition of flower. It could be you buying a pizza, I don't know, but celebrate a girl child. I am Blessing AJ. Monday will be another time for early exchange. Market Insight comes up at 11 here on SOUQ News TV. Do enjoy your weekend.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi. My name is Etemere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades. and it's in the system. You know how the line goes, when they're in the system and no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, you know, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business. And I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell
you want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, you know, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, you know, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the least, you know. But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids to it. Yeah.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff.
Yeah.
So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that you know, as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. You know, they were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, you know, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, you know, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and you know that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff. So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole, I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, the massive cake?
No, look, I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow. But I'm a proud Nigerian, okay? I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And you know, I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, you know, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally, in government, We're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obi Asika, Tola Akerele, who's DG of Tourism, Culture Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names? Or what they're doing, or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I'll go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for Eon,
so it's not just guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, we don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who was a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on. You have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content. And, and this also represents a huge shift and to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity.
Yes.
But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. True. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to play music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now, we're talking 0.0001% to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed. Like you're saying now. So how do we, is it just we talk about it to shed light? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's a whole there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money, right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just focus on the art, focus on the business.
On the art. Sort this stuff, get out of the fighting. The money is there, you're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars, we need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It wasn't even made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way, me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You
whatever product, it's your product.
You hand it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did, some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Naija boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa. We had, the name's going to escape me. I'm an old guy. Please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented. We had North Africa represented. And we had over 500 million views of that show, right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide. And we're covered in Pulse.
You know why that's so important is because it creates opportunities. It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope is going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February.
2025.
February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it right. They, the VMAs or that.
All the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it, and that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing it on the continent for a while, so we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. What is a Nigerian award? What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. Right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing. Right, that they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call. That we wanted them to feel and experience that, and that's what IO did. Right, he's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it. Right, so I reject that it was a one-way thing, and IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does crucial it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it, and not just our awards. We just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself as in the cost of the night itself was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in
Very
Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week, because we extended. It wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board. We're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help? Or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap, but technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is a streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching here.
True.
More as much as anything. So we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Niger, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Hans Mba. See you next time.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to SOUQ News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it, because this is SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
SOUQ News. Here's the SOUQ News, who had the courage to transcend a locked-off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, SOUQ News. Thank you very much.
Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are, it helps young people to learn and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that binds them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light, observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting two divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and treats. In South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Brahmin families observe Dhanteras by preparing marundu, a traditional medicine that balances the body's tridosh, marking an Ayurvedic approach to health and longevity. In Gujarat, family gatherings feature festive meals like dabat and malpua, showcasing regional diversity. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspicious meals. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspicious meals, health and prosperity for the year ahead. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he would erect a business dynasty that would span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globacom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globacom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globacom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globacom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that span the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him as a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This this is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late SOUQ Exclusive. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That the company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to SOUQ Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recorded. So, that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. there were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the path of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The Institute said that the ambassadors are to assist in promoting professional standards to achieve the building of public trust in insurance. They do this by communicating with local businesses, advocating the importance of professional qualifications, and sharing best practice to influence sector frameworks. The ambassadors appointed in Africa are Fumi Babintin-Ashaye from Nigeria, Asante Mafo Ahenkofa, chartered insurance broker from Ghana, and Gigi Chen of China, among others. Babintin-Ashaye, a chartered insurance broker, was the former managing director, chief executive officer of Cornerstone Insurance PLC and Nikon Insurance PLC. She is an alumni of Lagos Business School and a fellow of the Chartered Insurance Institute of both Nigeria and the United Kingdom. In addition, she is also a fellow of Chartered Insurance Brokers and a fellow of the Institute of Directors of Nigeria, with a master's in entrepreneurship from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in the United States of America. In 2017, she became president, chairman of council of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, the premier insurance body responsible for promoting skills development and professional conduct among members engaged in the industry. This reinforced her position as a thought leader in the insurance sector of the country. She equally serves on the council of various professional bodies, including the Institute of Directors of Nigeria. Aside from her existing directorial responsibilities, Babintin-Ashaye has won notable awards, which includes the Top 50 Women in Insurance in Africa Award, presented by African Insurance Organization, Lagos Female Entrepreneur of the Year 2022, among others. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
We are not playing because every power, why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still vote now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When the economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because every power.
The cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating cost and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy coupled with the devaluation of the naira has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, hungry the wire people.
President Tinubu, look help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
You cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still live up now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why?
The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced, most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forest scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Now to the conversation proper. We're talking about the impact of the fuel price hike, the second in a month, on Nigerians and the Nigerian economy. So we woke up to fuel price hike increase. It did so earlier this week as the NNPC raised the price to 1,030 naira in Abuja and 998 naira. That's approximately 1,000 naira here in Lagos. Other locations witnessed similar price hikes, with millions of Nigerians lamenting that they have been pushed deeper into difficulties in what signals the full deregulation of the downstream sector, which has been a long time coming. Now, this marks the second price increase by the NNPCL in less than 2 months, and this latest hike follows the NNPCL's withdrawal as an intermediary, or if you like, the off-taker in the Dangote refinery purchase deal, raising more concerns about potential future price increases. Now, where do we go from here? That is the question on the minds of very many Nigerians. We'll discuss this and more on Market Insights this morning as we're joined by two gentlemen. We're joined first by Owe Lakemfa. He is a human rights activist, a journalist, and an author, former Secretary General of African Workers. Mr. Lakemfa, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Morning.
And also joining us is a professor of the Department of Economics, University of Lagos, a development, monetary, and international economics expert, talking about Professor Emmanuel Dele Balogun. Good morning, Professor. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, and thank you for inviting me.
Right, I'm going to start with you, Mr. Lakemfa, to get your thoughts on all that's been happening during the course of the week and where Nigerians are at the moment. And the question they are asking, which obviously is what is in it for them? What's going to happen to them? How are they going to get by on a day-to-day basis? Let's get your thoughts, Mr. Owe.
Well, the interest came at top, and Nigerians are, of course, very unhappy. We are quite hungry, and we know an increase in the price of PMS or fuel will automatically lead to increases in the prices of foodstuffs and other commodities. So we'll push more people into the unemployment market. And unfortunately, also, our industries cannot cope because, there's no way you can plan as an employer or as an industrialist if prices change overnight before you wake up another price increase. And for those who say this is deregulation, I think it's an insult. There's nothing you are deregulating in there. This is pure monopoly, state monopoly, NNPC, handing over to an individual monopolist, Dangote. And unfortunately, as individual Nigerians, we cannot import our own fuel. Although we can refine our own fuel even as individuals, as is done with the Niger Delta, but they say this is illegal. And so we are caught in a trap. We are being used and dumped. And I must say that, you see, this thing that is called democracy has to provide dividends for the people. Otherwise, the people who are hungry will be unable to defend it. So what we are doing, that we are not just endangering ourselves, we are also endangering democracy, and we are endangering the very security of this country. We must start putting on our thinking cap. The problem we have in Nigeria is about vision and a government that has a mission and can carry out the dictates of the Constitution, which says that the essence why we have government is for the welfare of the people and their security. Security is already impaired, and the welfare every day is being challenged or damaged. All this because we do not refine a single drop of fuel. We have 4 refineries. They have made sure for 30 years they don't work. We can build new refineries. A new refinery to Google it can be built within 15, 18 months. I don't need more than $5 billion. It can be built, but we refuse to build it. And so we push our people deeper into poverty, and the people who are hungry will, of course, be very angry. So we need to save our country, we need to save ourselves, we need to save the government, we need to save democracy, and the way we can save democracy and government and our people and ourselves is by ensuring that the welfare of the people is given some priority. All these preachments
Mr. Lakemfa, if you can hear me, I wanted to ask, if you can pardon my interrupting your thoughts for a second, I wanted to ask you, you've asserted that what is going on is, in your words, an insult and not full deregulation as is being, indicated, as you were. And then you also asserted that it's a monopoly, as he were. And I'm going to ask you now, that isn't that a unidirectional way of looking at things? Because this gentleman made an investment, $20 billion, to see that Nigerians get a new lease of life, for want of a better term, as he were, because we have refineries over the years that have been moribund with promises of, them coming on stream year after year after year, and it's all falling through even till this very moment. The last was a couple of weeks ago, and the NNPCL aren't particularly saying more with regards to that, as he were. So, again, as I ask, you say that this is an attempt at monopoly. Some would look at that as a unidirectional way of thinking. What can you elaborate on that?
You see, capitalism is the practice. It's some competition. So when you create a monopoly, then you are destroying the very essence of capitalism itself all over the world. And in places like US, those who practice monopoly are like to go to, before the court. So we are pushed into a position where you had an incompetent state monopoly now giving way for, an individual monopolist. Look, Dangote is not refining well because he loves Nigerians. Dangote is a businessman. And what we need to do is protect the Nigerians, not the monopolist. All these long stories about he spent 20 billion. How do you know that? The NNPC told us that we have some percentage shares in Dangote. Do you know what percentage shares do we have? How much did we give Dangote? What are the concessions we gave Dangote? Who says we must buy from Dangote? Why can we not refine our petroleum products? Why? Like I said, in Niger Delta, petroleum products are refined. Then you send young naval men to go and destroy them. There are two things the government has always argued why they have to destroy those refineries. The first thing is that they claim that the crude is stolen. So why don't you put these people into cooperatives and give them, crude? The second thing is about environment, that is not environmentally friendly. Who said God created us with fine, refineries? They were, of course, over the years modified. And so what we just need to do is maybe you get some people in OND 1, OND 2, to study the process and make it environmentally friendly. Simple. But you don't do that, you are incapable of importing fuel, you are incapable of distributing fuel. And after all these years, you then push us to a monopoly. And you say, if the man has a right to get it. Is the man a preacher? Is he a missionary on some journey to win souls? Dangote is pure and simple, simply a businessman investing. It's not my business. How much you have put there? No. My business is to ask the government that it has a duty to me as a citizen and to everybody as citizens for us to be able to buy fuel at affordable rate, and the fuel must be available. That is the essence of government. That is what the Constitution says. So for us to start preaching about
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lakemfa. We do have a bit of a concern with your audio, by the way. I don't know if you could help us do something about it, because, we struggle to hear you from this end. But away from that, let's go on to Professor Balogun. Now, Professor, can you hear me?
Hear you clearly.
Great. Now, Professor, let's do a thorough assessment, of the economic impact of all that's going on, especially on pricing of food, goods, services, commodities, as you were. Now, we know that energy cost or fuel cost, as you were, is a primary driver of headline inflation. So, in your view, as an expert, what do you see being the implication of this on Nigerian households generally, first of all, before we move on?
Okay, thank you. The price, the increase in petrol pump prices in Nigeria has had significant impacts on the population. Here are some key points. In the first place, it has produced economic hardship. Okay, we are an economy that is predominantly based on fixed wage income, and if your income is fixed, and even the national wage had remained very low over a long period of time, of course, increasing the price of petrol means that the purchasing power of your wage income is lower. The second impact that you feel there is that it results in higher transportation costs, as my colleague had just discussed, due to increased fuel prices, which is likely to result or add higher prices for goods and services, further straining the household budget. On businesses, small and medium-scale size businesses are expected to be severely impacted by the increase in petrol prices. The higher costs of transportation and production could lead to reduced profitability and potential layoffs. Of course, as an economy that is small-scale driven, we already have incidents of higher unemployment as a result of labor layoff. We also have public outcry, and then government policies itself. Okay, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company has attributed the price increase to the removal of fuel subsidies and the need to align with market forces. This is debatable. I have often argued because it depends on the context in which you define the subsidy itself. Critics argue that the economy is not yet ready for full deregulation, and that the decision will worsen the cost of living. And that's the reality we live with today. That's the reality we live with today. My thoughts, yes, my thoughts on this is that it's a tough spot. For many Nigerians, the rising petrol prices are more than just an economic inconvenience. They spell real hardship. It's disappointing to see inflation go up without wages keeping pace, and small businesses suffering from higher costs. In my view, the government needs to find a balance. That is, phasing out subsidies makes sense economically, but the transition could be managed more carefully to avoid such a steep impact on people's daily lives. The discontent is real and valid. That's my initial view on.
All right, now let's talk about it from the standpoint of some stakeholders, Professor, talking about NASIMA. That's the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture. They're one of the few stakeholders who've recently spoken about it. In fact, just about a day or two after we saw what happened with the hikes and all of that. So they're concerned particularly about the impact on small and medium scale enterprises, especially when it comes to the survival of said enterprises. And let's not even talk about the thriving of it or the growing of it, just the survival alone. We've seen a lot of businesses go down under in recent months, and in recent years, especially in the last year and a half. And then, they're also concerned about what this would mean for employment, not just the survival of the business. Employment. We have quite the alarming rate, as it were, right now. Where does this take us? What are the implications, especially for SMEs?
Their concerns are real. And it also shows that we need to do just more than correcting for macroeconomic distortions in the economy. Because at the root cause of this fuel crisis is the attempt by government to eliminate fuel subsidy. I have often argued in several fora that did we actually enjoy fuel subsidy, or is it an attempt at speculative attack on our domestic economy by those who have access first to foreign exchange through import licenses to import petrol, and secondly, to those in the financial markets that seek to make gains from trading and speculating in the domestic foreign exchange market. These are the key issues, actually. And coming back to the impact on the hue and cry of the business community, their concern is valid. If you are to attempt to address the issue from their perspective, what we should be looking at is how do we eliminate this rent-seeking behavior in the foreign exchange market that has led us to this quagmire. That's the first place to be. And the second place to be is that, look, the other private sector, except from the petroleum industry sector, they could have been doing well. But if indeed we have an industrial or manufacturing base that is dependent on foreign input, that is the foreign resource content of the domestic economic activity is very high. What I mean by that is that if you look at every investment, either in industry, in consuming, anywhere in Nigeria, you find that we do not own and control the technology. Multinationals come here to site the branches of their companies in our country. And when they come, they bring in foreign exchange. I have often told people that the issue is not that we lack foreign exchange or foreign exchange is not coming in. The real issue is a structural problem in the sense that when they come, they probably will invest in our stock market when they are bringing in the foreign currency, and they are paid at they convert it at the ruling rate, Naira rate. They convert it at the ruling rate, Naira rate, at that time to Naira. For instance, if you are bringing in $1 million to the capital market, of course, when you get listed, the dollar is not a foreign currency. You are bound, if you bring it in at the rate of, let's even say 200 naira to a dollar, you end up being given 200 million naira. Okay, let's say you even transact and did business and you are profitable. If you make so much profit and your turnover in 1 year is about 400 million naira, you've done well. But this doing well can be significantly eroded if you suddenly find that the monetary authority had devalued the currency, which means although when you brought in your $1 million, it was at 200 million naira. When you now make profit, even 400, and you want to repatriate your profit or you recapitalize to reindex it in foreign currency and the rest of it, and exchange rate is now saying 800 naira to a dollar. That means that even your 400 naira turnover, million turnover, is now $500,000. You've lost. And that's why most of the industries, foreign direct investors and the rest of it, and foreign companies that they brought in equity in foreign currency, they are moving out. They are moving out because it becomes and I often say, coming back to the question you asked, I ask our local industries and the rest of, can't we see it? We see it. It is the government policy that is penalizing the economy as a whole. In other climes, what do? In the first instance, for you to have domestic competitive advantage in producing those products, you have to significantly reduce the foreign resource content of your production. Then secondly, you have to fight consistently to shield your domestic market, especially the domestic market, from foreign influences. What that means is that you cannot index the prices in Nigeria to variations in dollar. I laugh sometimes. You go to the market yesterday, Gary market seller will say he's selling you a cup at 100 naira. The following day you go there, you ask him, please, I come with 100 naira to buy a cup of Gary. He says, the price of Gary has gone up. When you ask, he says, did you not hear that dollar has gone up? So the problem is a much more fundamental problem. Giving concessions, okay, we will subsidize transportation, we will do this. The problem is a macroeconomic problem. There is a macroeconomic problem that we are economically distorted. I laugh sometimes when somebody tells me that my wage, which is about 400,000 naira a month, 400,000 naira a month. How much is it now? It's not even up to 200 naira, $200. Is that correct? It's not correct. So we have a fundamental problem.
We're having some issues hearing you, Professor. I don't know if you can hear me now, but I wanted to also dig in, pick your brain a little more, where you spoke about, some policy issues that need to be, looked at. You've spoken about the fact that it isn't particularly a forex problem, but, I've heard some experts allude our problems right now to the inconsistencies or the instability of forex, as you will, forex inconsistencies, basically. But you say that they're a structural problem. But then again, you've talked about, policy decisions, as you were, or excuse me, policy implications on, what we see going on. And I just wanted to ask you, if you can hear me, Professor, what exactly at this point in time needs to be done, whether from the physical side or if we're talking about it on the monetary side? We saw about a fortnight ago the CBN, in their decision raising MPR by 50 basis points. So the question that followed that particular decision, 2 weeks and counting right now, is has the CBN done well enough to go that route? And if they have, where can they go from here, seeing as we're in this particular quagmire? That's one. Two, physical decisions on the part of the federal government. What do they need to tweak particularly? I mean, it's one thing to come out and make a broad proclamation or do a broad analysis of what is the problem and what can be done. But specifically, what do they need to touch on? What buttons do they need to push that would stimulate the economy in the near term? We're not talking about 5 years from now. We're not talking about 10 years from now. We're talking about immediately, considering where Nigerians are and how much of a pinch they're feeling from what's going on at present. Professor, did you get that? I hear you. Please go on.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Professor. Please go on.
Okay. All right. With regard to the first, a lot of things, with regard to CBN, I'm sorry to say, we have my colleagues there and friends there, and they are approaching the problem from a very, very wrong perspective. Well, I say this with due respect to my colleagues and those who are at the helm of affairs there. In an economy where you have stagflation, stagflation is a situation where there is recession, unemployment, and the rest of it, and coupled with inflation. Therefore, you cannot use a monetary policy tool to say, oh, you are going to control the inflation. The second point, the second problem I have with CBN rule is that when there are economic crises and you want to resolve it, most economies all over the world, the first thing you do is to lower interest rates. The essence of lowering interest rate is for the purpose of stimulating economic activity, so that the private sector, the individuals can literally walk into a bank and borrow. If you don't borrow, there cannot be growth in the economy. Now, I'm linking it to the monetary policy rate, interest rates that they have been raising persistently. The monetary policy, if you increase monetary policy rate, what you simply have done is that you mop up liquidity from the system. Mopping up liquidity, because as an individual, even as a bank, if you have cash surpluses, you have a choice, either to invest or to save. And if the return on saving is better than what you are likely going to get from investment, what do? You save. If the savings were in the commercial bank system, it is productive. But if that saving is as a result of monetary policy rule, which actually sweeps the liquidity from both the private sector, the banking sector, to the central bank, it becomes a sterile liquidity. In fact, we are in an era of serious liquidity squeeze as we are now, because nobody really has the money. And the example of the example of the 200 million naira investment that I talked about initially. If you have 200 million naira now, all you simply need to do is buy treasury bills. The money goes straight to the central bank, and you make a profit of 26 million. So why would you bother to invest? Because what type of investment, magical investment, are you going to make that with that money that will even earn you 10%? So that is on the part of the central bank. The policy approach is wrong. It's totally wrong. You cannot be mopping up liquidity from the system. You cannot make return on financial assets more important than return on real domestic investments. So nobody will invest. And in fact, that has heightened the speculative attack in the economy, because even small people, we even added to it payment system. You discover that somebody operating a POS, all this local money, this thing, is richer than you, who keeps money there. Because From your own money, you want to withdraw it will charge you 200 on 500 naira or 5,000 naira, almost 1,000 on 20,000 naira. You ask yourself, what has this man sold to you that is charging you that kind of money? So you can see the distortion. But in fact, money, central bank is at the heart of all these problems. They are there. Coming back to the second point, the fiscal authority. The fiscal authority kept quiet because each time currency devalues and the rest of it, what that means is that the federal government is actually benefiting, because when they go for revenue sharing, hello.
Yes, Professor, we're here. We can hear you.
When they go for revenue sharing, they don't have enough money from internally generated revenue. So this 3 billion, you people here, they are touting every day. What they collectively do is they say, okay, since we have reserve, let us monetize part of our reserve. So monetizing that part of reserve means that central bank will now say, this 3 billion, we are going to convert it to naira. If you convert at the ruling exchange rate, there's plenty of money. That's why when the new regime came up and said they removed subsidy, and suddenly we started seeing that foreign exchange gains, they were reporting 3 billion, 3 trillion. People didn't understand the economics of it. And that's why when you hear exchange rate is devaluing and government has plenty of money, unbudgeted for money, because perhaps before the sharp devaluation, when they drew up the budget, if they drew up a budget of, let's say, based on that 3 billion monetization, and the monetization was at 400 naira, it comes to 12 billion. At the period of implementation of the budget, and since the 12 billion budget was drawn and made in naira, of course, we would have balanced the budget against revenue and expenses. You balance it. But
okay,
at the time of realization,
because of time, apologies for cutting your thoughts short, but because of time, we have to move on. Mr. Owe, are you there? Fantastic. Great to know that you're still there. Apologies for the initial sound glitches earlier. Let's move on. Now, Professor has said a number of things, has given us his thoughts as an expert in the field, and some other experts too have referred to what both the federal government is doing, the NNPCL, and everybody else in that mix right there as market fundamentalism. Just throwing caution to the wind and hoping that the market would do its thing, as it were. But that's by the way. As far as price increases are concerned, there's still a fear that we might see more. But then the National Assembly, through the senators, being led, by the way, by the Senate President, has assured Nigerians that they would not be seeing that anytime soon. But also, Professor said a few things, also alluding to monies realized from some of these decisions taken by the federal government, including the removal or the phased removal of subsidy. The question here now is, given that particular decision taken and the monies recovered from them, there is as yet a trickle-down effect on Nigerians. What do you make of this?
Well, I'm not too sure about the because 25 years ago, we are buying fuel for 20 naira, and they said there was some subsidy, maybe 40% or whatever, and now we are buying fuel for 1,000 naira, 30 naira, 1,030 naira in Abuja. So this whole thing about the regulation is fraudulent. This whole thing about subsidy, it's a mirage. If we are buying fuel at now we buy at 1,000, and you say we are still paying subsidy. We are still being subsidized. It doesn't make sense in any way. So I think the basic thing is for governance to resume in Nigeria. Governance has been on holiday. Governance is not about getting money and allocating monthly. It's about ensuring that the people have some, food to eat. Children can go to school. Those are the basic things. Not all these palliatives. A palliative is like applying, some, something on the patient and it wear off easily. So the issue there is that this government must start working. The primary problem we have in Nigeria is that the government does not think for Nigerians, does not think as Nigerians. The primary problem we have in Nigeria is that the World Bank and IMF have their own, parameters and their own interests, and that's what they impose, and then we follow. The government implements. Honestly, I was asking, what is the issue about refining petroleum products? What is the issue? Cote d'Ivoire has no fuel. I mean, crude oil. It's refining. Anybody can refine. What is the issue? So you have two, issues now. You have the cost. Look, let me give you a story. I was part of a delegation that met President Jonathan on December 2011. They had decided to increase fuel price. And they said it was going to be 145 naira. I said, oh, fantastic. And then they gave us all those statistics. Of course, there were a lot of them were even false by Wheeler. And then we have a simple question from the minister, Wheeler. If the landing cost is 145 naira, what will be the cost of refining at the gates of LNA Petroleum Refinery? How much? I said, no, the government has not thought that. They don't know. Are you serious? But we have done that. There has been a professor, from UI, who used to be a professor in UI, of petroleum engineering, Israeli, who had done a cost analysis. And he came to the conclusion, with statistics, that the cost of fuel at that time will be 40 naira. And the government was talking about landing cost at 145 naira. So that's why I say this old Dangote thing is a story. If now you refine fuel in Lagos, so there is no freight, there is no insurance, there is no demurrage, there are no mother ships or daughter ships. What is the issue? Why would we buy fuel at 1,000 naira? Why? Then the second thing is that because you do not have control over your foreign exchange, it doesn't make sense for you to be importing. And that is part of the problem we've had. In summary, Nigerians are interested in having something to eat. All these long stories about, it was Buhari that removed subsidy and subsidy, and they're all long stories. Nigerians are hungry. We need results. People must eat. People must go to school. People must pay transportation. If you produce agricultural products on your farm and the cost of transporting it to the market is higher, then you are going to have the kind of inflation you're having. That's the simple thing. It's as simple as that. If you have a right, constitutional right to movement, and the price is so much that you cannot pay for transportation, they are deprived of that right. What we want as Nigerians are results. Not all those long stories, central bank removing this and they are all long stories. And let me say that for millennia, governance is not a rocket science. It is very simple, it's very basic. And so if the present government were to abandon the World Bank and IMF and let us, you have a professor with you who has told you some of the things wrong with the central bank system. These are obvious things. What stops us as Nigerians from discussing and deciding what we're going to do? And beyond all this, as we know, is a lot of corruption in the system. You talked about the National Assembly now. The National Assembly has been on holidays. Who will not be on holidays if you have 21 million naira to spend every month? So they are not in a position. The National Assembly is not in a position to call the government to order in any way. the executive. The National Assembly is not in a position in any way to call the NNPC to order. I mean, you've had an NNPC that cannot refine petroleum products for 30-something years, and nothing is done about it. Every year, the man there tells us, oh, by the end of the year, September, December, the refineries will start in Port Harcourt, and then Warri, and then Port Harcourt again, and then Kaduna. And then the year comes to an end, and it gives us another year, every year, and nothing is done to him and his team. They are sitting down there, claiming to be running the country.
All right. Mr. Lakemfa, I know that you were very passionate about this, as are very many other Nigerians, but apologize because of time. We're going to have to pause your thoughts there and start to round up. But to add to what you've just said about the National Assembly not being in the position to carry out their constitutional duty, that is not particularly in order, because that's exactly what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to ensure checks and balances, especially where these issues that concern Nigeria, the welfare or well-being of Nigerians is concerned. If the Minister for Petroleum Resources, talking about Mr. President, hasn't spoken, it's because those at that particular level, talking about the National Assembly, aren't doing what they're supposed to do, because that's exactly what they're supposed to do. And of course, doing the same thing to the bosses of the NNPC, or the leadership, if you like, of the NNPCL, and every other, stakeholder that is involved. It is the onus, as he were, lies on the National Assembly to ensure that there are adequate checks and balances. But away from that, Professor, let's round up on this note. Mr. Aliko Dangote has approached the government of Grenada, talking about the Prime Minister, to be exact. They had a meeting yesterday for trade relationships, where we're going to buy crude from them, and we're going to sell products in return. How does this, work for us? What are your thoughts on the prospects of this? Let's round up in a few words, Professor.
It's very disappointing to note that we cannot even meet the basic needs of a so-called domestic refinery. And I am sure that he wants to use it as a ploy to key in to calculating the consumption price of petrol, refined product, in foreign currency. We should shy away from it. He had already appealed to the government that he wants to be buying crude in local currency. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, and the naira for crude deal should be should be cemented well. I mean, we should key onto it. Not only key onto it in such a way that the second part is that it should not only be the only beneficiary. I note that when I was in Central Bank and we did a special study on this oil sector, in fact, our the crude, I mean the cost of producing crude locally, is $12, and it's still so today, compared to about $6 by Saudi Arabia and the rest of it. Now, if the real cost, if the domestic cost is $12, what stops us from selling to local refineries at highly subsidized rate? People will say, okay, after refining export, look, we will sell local currency to domestic refinery. We will also grant export rights to those refineries. And I know that in the international market, the petroleum products is priced in international dollar. So that's what we do. And if we want to forestall abuse, go and cite several filling stations at the border. And when you are coming there, you buy it. If you are from Republic of Benin, when you get it, please pay us in dollar. And you put paid to rest all this. So we also need to eliminate unnecessary
All
costs,
right. Okay.
transparent
Thank you
pricing
very much,
regime,
Professor.
infrastructure
Apologies. I
support.
wish we could have some more thoughts from both you and Mr.
Thank
Lakemfa, but we are running against or racing against time. So hopefully we're going to get you both back on another episode for perhaps similar conversations or more. But again, thank you very much for that. We have been speaking with Professor Bamidele, who is a professor of economics at the University of Lagos. He's also a development, monetary, and international economics expert, Professor Emmanuel Dele Balogun. Thank you very much for joining us. And also Mr. Uwela Kemfa, who is a human rights activist, journalist, and author, and also a former Secretary General of African Workers. Many thanks for joining us. A lot's been said between the two gentlemen today on the program, including citing structural issues, sundry policy decisions across the board, whether it's, the central authority or the monetary authority, as it were. Of course, one of the recommendations was to reduce foreign resource content, domesticating that as well. Of course, abandoning IMF recommendations, World Bank recommendations, which between both of them seem to have been at the center of some of our struggles, as it were, amongst many other issues that were raised. Well, the corollary of that between both gentlemen is that governance is not rocket science. But what we can hope for from here on out is that Nigerians, in the soonest term possible, would breathe or heave a sigh of relief and breathe, as we say in local parlance, let the poor breathe. Well, that's Market Insight this morning. Let's take a quick look at what has happened so far on the FX market. Monday, we saw the Naira dollar exchange at 1,672 Naira. Tuesday, 1,646 Naira. Wednesday, 1,647 Naira. And yesterday, being Thursday, it was at 1,657 Naira. And then today, it's going for the lowest in the entire week at 1,613 Naira. That is all, by the way, on the official market. Many thanks for joining us on today's edition of Market Insight. Of course, it comes your way every other weekday at 11 a.m. Do join us for Monday's Week Starter edition. Let's enjoy the rest of the weekend. Join us at the top of the hour for the news update. I am David Chiedu. Have a pleasant weekend.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was funded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a father who never fails. I have a father who never fails. I have a father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Poya chukuna gaza. Poya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Poya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors. And not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. But later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And then when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Ande Yusuf, who was the chairman
for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in Angle 90, some people in Angle 180, some people in Angle 360, some people in Angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy, qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor, well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it, now it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. The last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight they don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. JJ Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football? If we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training. Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, If you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football. Keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life. Making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray. And he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match. In Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness from, of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to...
Well, good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yeah. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so, so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so they had to take out the sense, and it became common. So I hope that's not what happened with you.
It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined, and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Niger, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists would not want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here. Room. And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment.
So,
Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content?
Well,
because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down, so people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course, there's a line, and the music itself separates it. The sound of the music, separates the genre.
Correct.
Aside, you cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use, and you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that, but it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue, and you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
so when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and
Junior
Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah. Mode 9
you yourself.
Really, yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before.
Okay.
Okay.
So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, Mini Big Deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat. It's sad.
So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88.
Damn.
Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
and all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City Jams, and with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man.
Please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G,
Nigeria
and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like
talking about different record labels. Do you remember that time? I think it was Christmas. You were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, you know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. You know, and
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Tenny Tutula's contract, and I told Tutula that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
they go back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomorbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
squashed. When there was
we had that, but they didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
that? I've not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting.
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula baloo all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. Says most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition,
right? Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash hit.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash hit.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy,
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothmans Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothmans Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. Until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached
So
by him.
why-
In Abuja, I was not approached in Lagos, I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because to them damn hip hop world, me to check my profile, say me better than the ola, then me got myself signed. Mediocre, it's time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre in 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, Man and Spicy Rocksteady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see who's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote a
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo so
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungwe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio. There's an additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So Ray Power history is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history, it's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, oh Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said this guy not get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring Faze into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at what's it called? At Demola Tokumbo or something. Something. VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win Faze.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when Faze was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When Faze sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They put it off and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with Faze is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about Faze. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to take
you, the person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Faze right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out here. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, ain't it?
True.
It's what's
it was talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Some that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Home.
Yeah,
You're talking about
okay, Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time
before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The Marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to go into the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming. I hope
it's not coming.
Because
it's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way of why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, I Take It Home.
How did that play out? Couldn't go continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like, they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can't go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo. Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
So Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
It's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white.
No,
screen.
I'm
They
talking
still use
all
those
phones.
old
The
phones,
phones
and we
are
were ahead of
phones,
them.
but I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're not supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information.
Positive information.
Good information.
Yes.
Helpful information.
Yes.
Which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great
and the
job.
IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came
So-
here.
so-
I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
So
But I said that the Oga chair won't sit down. No, I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair won't sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. God damn it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music,
Yeah.
as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, survive and take care of your bills, family, and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language, you study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it into your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce
That was the
ourselves.
first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce
Come with a
ourselves.
bang.
And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
So
go.
do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed.
Amedu
Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Obiabo. Thank
Obiabo
you for
Adeyemo.
being on Inside Life, SOUQ News
Life.
Television, the IL 104.9.
Thanks for
Thank you
having
for
me,
coming
man.
through.
Thanks for having me, man. I
Thank you for
appreciate
coming
it.
through.
Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Dada of Opobo, they taught them about King Dada of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great granddaughter. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us. Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing, my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. So I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5 year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give flask end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that long. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try and be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness, they will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black, they will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody is happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite. I won't even say it. On the street, one of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes. a kind of mentor.
Over the past 20 years, D'banj has been a prominent figure in the African music scene and has been credited with helping to bring Afrobeat to the mainstream of global music. Now 43 years old, D'banj's latest album, released in August 16, 2024 to mark his 20th anniversary in the music industry, is a testament to his enduring legacy as a trailblazer in the Nigerian African music industry. Having dominated the scene in the early 2000s and 2010s, D'banj's smooth vocals now convey the tale of a gentleman entering middle age, yet still asserting his status as one of the entertainers who revolutionized Afrobeats. The new 13-song album featured carefully selected artists like Awilo, Akon, Wyclef Jean, and Youssou N'Dour, all pioneers of Afrobeats, reinforce this narrative. In today's News Talk, we are celebrating the evolution of D'banj as a Nigerian singer and entertainer, tracing his antecedents from Zaria in Nigeria to a global audience of fans. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Oladapo Daniel Oyebanjo, professionally named D'banj, was born on January 9, 1980 in Zaria, Nigeria. He studied at the Nigerian Military School and then went on to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Lagos. After graduating with honors, he worked as an engineer for a few years before going to the United Kingdom to pursue music full-time. In 2004, D'banj officially began his music career under Blackbone Music, which was under the imprint of 419 Squad that was founded by JJC Skills, a veteran Nigerian hip-hop and music business mogul. Between 2004 and 2006, D'banj and another up-and-coming music talent, Don Jazzy, were managed by Ayo Shonaya under the R70 imprint. His first 3 music videos, which included Mobolowo, Tongolo and Tongolo Me Remix, were produced and directed by the R70 crew. Later that year, he signed a record and partnership deal with Don Jazzy to create the famous Mo Hits label, which launched him officially into the Nigerian music scene. His first single, Tongolo, was released in 2005 and was an instant hit in Nigeria. Since then, he has gone on to release numerous albums like Rundown 2006 and Entertainer 2008, and singles such as Why Me, Oliver Twist, Fall in Love, Emergency, Mr. Endowed, Igwe, Something for Something, and many more hits that has created a nostalgic era of the 2000s and early 2010s. In 2010, D'banj began collaborating with American artists like Snoop Dogg, and in 2011 signed a deal with Kanye West's GOOD Music label. That same year, D'banj scored a major hit with his single Oliver Twist, which topped a number of African charts and fared well in the United Kingdom and Europe as well. The Coco concert, which took place at HMV Apollo Hammersmith in London on the 29th of August 2011, was a highlight of D'banj's career. The event was hosted by comedian Eddie Caddy and featured stellar performances from the Mo Hits All-Stars, Don Jazzy, D'banj, Wande Cole, Dr. Seed, The Prince, and K-Switch, alongside top music talent Tiwa Savage, KAS, Dot Star, and the surprise guest Kanye West. The event was capped off by West removing his chain and wearing it on D'banj. To music enthusiasts in that area, that was a huge deal, as Kanye West was one of the biggest artists in the world then. Kanye West's performance at the Coco concert signaled the start of a new era of collaboration with international artists from all over the world. Today, Nigerian acts are celebrated all over the world with international creative collaborations and business partnerships and distribution deals. In 2012, the partnership between D'banj and Don Jazzy ended as the pair split up. According to reports, the decision to part ways was agreed upon by the two former creative partners. The once thriving music duo, D'banj and Jazzy, faced increasing tensions within their Mo Hits Records partnership. Disagreements over business structure, alleged the bank's dominance, and financial disparity, among others, contributed to the strain. The growing rift, coupled with the bank's perceived absence during the crisis, ultimately led to the collapse of their successful partnership. The band, after dissolving its partnership with John Jazzy, began working on a compilation album which will eventually come out with his new venture, DB Records, with the album The King's Men. The band teamed up with Akon on 2 songs in 2015 called Feeling, The Niaga, and Frosh. These songs were part of his EP called An Epic Journey, which he released on a series of music videos. The band music was becoming more like an urban hip-hop at the time. He released another album called King Don't Come in 2017. In 2024, the band marked its 20th year with the release of the entertainer The Squirrel and still keeps a good relationship with Don Jazzy. The band has won numerous awards throughout his career, including Best African Act at MTV Europe Music Awards in 2006, Best International Act Africa at the BET Awards in 2011, Artist of the Year at the African Music Awards in 2014, Best Male Act at the MTV African Music Awards 2016, and several others. He was nominated for a Grammy Award in 2013 for his collaboration with Kanye West on the song All of the Nights. As far as history can tell, the Cocoa Master, the band, is still a master of the art and an undisputed leader of Afrobeat in the entire world. He has carved a niche for himself as an outstanding and renowned Nigerian singer and entertainer. I am Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana.
My name is Professor Martins Emeche.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial. Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is DJ Taiwo, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head. I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeats entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel? One, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember our Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board. And the news that we heard was Idris done the fight 50 Cent to, and it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatnot. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account.
Right.
Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, you will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, that the show, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that sleep. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. You know, they knew exactly what they were
So
doing.
you already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos.
It happened at the Lagos show at TBS, you know, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment, you know, so I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, you know, with his crew and all that, you know, and they went on stage and performed and he sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, you know, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. You know, funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, you know, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, yeah, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. You know, get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, you know, they don't know. You know, so he came back and said, yo, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, you know, to come and, you know. And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do. Waiting being problem said it they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, you know, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has
he has the footage. You know, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, you know, I just went to the door and jammed the door, you know, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been American and do the same to you. I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us they were artists in the plane. You know, they told us they were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no artists.
Are not artists.
Yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to... I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to have a handshake?
Because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I have to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. the music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you're in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause.
Right.
For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with La Cream and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverished Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. Let's say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be the... I mean, there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that he said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I mean, I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about, to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had,
most definitely.
It's not a problem for you.
Oh no, most definitely, because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Now today, that he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about it.
Please, guy, watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria, Jaga, you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much, or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact.
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now, DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we're there for Nigeria, where we don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period.
That's
you
right.
can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out. Them just say I'm anyhow. Them say I run go exile. Mr. President catch you. He go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside a SOUQ. Them say I no go make them again. Them say I ain't got no game. Tell this music come back again. Make a healthy one. Them Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show, they won't see how rude boy won't survive. Me travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met in the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home laughing with you inside. But my fans will love me, I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time. Right. If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth, that has given you everything? Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across the world?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Patutomi, Dora Kinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy, we love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdulkarim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one bring you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Kennedy was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meters collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
you got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried. I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, torch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salat If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we go back to Lagos. I slept. And the word was Nigeria, Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately, pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter, scatter. Poor man, they suffer, suffer. Bosa, bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso. I called Chris Okoro. And we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, you know, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, you know, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die, you know. Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. You know, I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, Nigerians are so gifted. Right. Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. For 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and gave me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. Appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much. You know, may Allah continue to bless you. Appreciate my wife and my children. Appreciate Kenny Ogungbe. You know, appreciate Chief Allen Oyema. You know, appreciate my brother Imoni. You know, that's when you know who are your friends. You know, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, "Idris, come and stay with me." Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, you're called.
People say that they hear from God,
It's for real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995,
Okay.
looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard of Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Oh, yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, there's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house. So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music. Wow. I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity and an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they'll come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, How did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at this side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, and stayed to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and they said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? Was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just
a regular patient.
Regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, you know, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that. He says, so what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. He said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bambowe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. You know, said, so Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. And just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. You know, I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. You know, just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, you know, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone. And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
That woke me up. So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And in India woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? Where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, because they've done her since. Yeah. So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I cry, I shout, I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, So came to check us all for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain, and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Oh, wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
right, and
my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man? It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go. If you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney. And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much. Right. So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I dedicated, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here one.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat, Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, I appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow. By Dr. Bamboe.
People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus. I was bringing tomato and pepper. And came
so
to
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Moto to tata ati tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an under car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road.
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So they wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano city. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Idris. I like you. I like you. I like you. I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
we could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you,
very
Taiwo.
much.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Creativity is an instinctive and powerful form of expression, especially for children, who often pour out their imagination onto paper in spontaneous and inhibited ways, whether intentional or free-form. Their art captures raw emotions, thoughts, and experiences that words might struggle to convey. This sense of unfiltered expression was central to the recent Hope Blooms Art of Bravery exhibition at the TCA Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. In partnership with the Children Living with Cancer Foundation, the exhibition showcased a collection of artworks that reflected the bravery, resilience, creativity, and inner worlds of children living with cancer.
Hello, I am glad to have you join us on Queen's Court today, where we discuss the role of women in leadership and nation building. I am Reverend Julia Benite. Raised in a highly networked world today, millennials, Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z, like other younger generations, value open communication, collaboration, and inclusivity. They appreciate having their opinion valued, considered, which aligns well with a democratic leadership lifestyle. Today, we will be addressing the behaviors associated with women in leadership through the lens of America's two youngest generational cohorts, millennials and Generational Z. And of course, we have a Gen X in the house. But before we get started, let's go on a short break. Welcome back. Let's delve into our conversation today. A very interesting conversation. The perceptions of millennials and Gen Zs, and of course a Gen X is in the house with me. I mean, I'm close to the Gen X generation. We're going to be deliberately discussing some leadership issue, women in leadership. And we want to focus on your views of what women in leadership is, especially in the 21st century. You also must recognize certain things as I introduce you. Of course, at my far left is Jola Ayeye, who is a podcaster and a screenwriter. Jola, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, we actually call you ladies in the house. So Lady Jola, you're welcome. And Sholakwe Adesu, who is a legal practitioner and a woman advocate and also a youth advocate. So that's why she can identify with the Gen Zs and X. You're welcome, barrister.
Thank you, Mom.
And also Somto Chuku, Amanda Ibiwachi. Let me not pronounce it like an African. I mean like an American. Who, of course, is a social worker focused on child welfare, family, and youth. She is Gen Z. She's the Gen Z in the house. Their generation. Of course, we have Generation Alpha already in around the corner, but the Gen Zs are the one reigning in the town. You're all welcome to this great show, Queen's Court.
Thank you.
Thank you. And today we call ladies in the house. You are queens.
Yeah.
And so we're going to start with the Generation Y. Which are called the millennials. They're actually Generation Y, called the millennials. And just for information basis, most of you were born between 1995 and 2009. So that's your generation. And so your generation actually is the unusual generation because it's a generation in the middle of the X and the Z. What are your thoughts on women leadership? When you hear women leadership, what comes to your mind?
I think for my generation, women leadership is a bit more normal, I would say. I think our generation was the first to kind of see it as quite normal. So we weren't the first generation whose mothers worked. So our grandmothers also worked. So for us, the idea of women being in leadership was not necessarily strange or different. And then when you make it specific to Nigeria, I was born in 92. So around the switch between military rule and independence, there was a lot of economic boom. So we saw a lot of business happening and a lot of moms and aunties owning businesses and having sort of like high ranking positions in telecoms and banks and things like that. So I think women leadership for us socially was something that we see and kind of understand, but culturally not so much as Nigerians. So it's very interesting in that women are supposed to be powerful, but only to an extent. And it's a very cultural understanding of that. So it's not strange to us. It's just a very weird dance that we do in that we understand that women can have these amazing jobs. You can make very big decisions, but our cultural context means that you have to figure out how to play this. We all know we're playing a game about to what degree we accept or understand women being in power and how comfortable our society is with it.
That's a good one. So their generation already are comfortable with it. So I'll come to Generation X, which there's a lot of dichotomy and issues. Of course, Generation X were born from 1965 to 1980. And just after the baby boomers, who were mostly people after the World War. And so for us, Generation X, what is your classic understanding of women leadership?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. For this generation, I think leadership for us was something that we've had to fight for, as it were. It's a generation that had to fight for acceptance and for the society to understand that leadership is what every woman needs to do. For instance, we're a generation that grew up amongst, there's a lot of contention within the society, economic, social, and it's a generation that went through a whole lot of problems. If it comes down to Nigeria, it was a season where you had military, of course, we had democratic, the civil war, all of that. So you have multi-dimensional issues that women in this generation have faced, both from cultural to emotional, marital. So you find a lot of people within this age range that are battling with some emotional issues, battling with even accepting themselves and finding themselves before even thinking of getting into leadership. So I think that's one of the things that that is predominant amongst the X generation.
I agree with you. They said the Generation Z sees women leadership as a right. Why do you think so? What's your thoughts on women leadership for your own generation?
Okay, so just like the millennial said, Gen Z, we more of came under that knowledge of, okay, yes, women leadership is a thing, and I feel like we are more outspoken now. We are seeing our generation more open in terms of getting their dreams, getting their passions, and achieving them on a big scale, on a global scale, on a national scale, and also on a big scale. So this is also a generation where there's also a lot of dilemma in terms of feminism, cultural, ethic issues as well. Because even if as we are right in this birth of women leadership, there are still a lot of challenges that we face, and but we are more of a driven force, and because of what we see now that technology has advanced, now has social media has boomed, we are more versatile with everything that pertains to leadership roles and being out there. So our generation right now are in the peak of it, and even as much as there's a lot of awareness, there's still a lot of training that needs to happen for our generation to now become leaders and now rule amongst, because right now there are a lot of millennial women leaders, but Gen Z is not so much. You see Gen Z diving towards a lot of good things, but not essentially building our nation as well. And then there's also a conflict between influencers and leaders. So now you see people, Gen Z now calling themselves influencers, but not all influencers are leaders. So we have this dilemma in our generation right now. So that's where it is as it stands.
Wow, that's an interesting thought there, because there's a Kevin that defines leadership as a process of social influence which maximizes the efforts of others towards achievement of a goal. That leadership stems from social influence, not authority or power. Leadership requires others, that implies that they don't need to be direct reports. No mention of personality traits, attributes, or even a title. There are many styles of leadership, of course, and includes casting goals, not influence without an intended outcome. And you said something, the challenges with leadership, especially female or women leadership, is the fact that a lot of Gen Z say they are influencers. But what does it mean now to be a leader, creating a direction? Because you could be influencing and actually leading without you knowing. So what do you say to, especially even the female bloc, that, okay, I met one who said, oh, I'm an influencer and I want to influence. So I said, well, you're a leader already. So do you think influencers are actually leading? It depends on the direction. So what are your thoughts?
I believe that leaders need influence, but not all influencers are leaders. So to buttress on this point, we as leaders, we are, like Kevin Cruz said, it's the process of social influence to achieve a certain goal, and with the maximizing efforts of others. So there are certain influences that could be negative and could be positive. But for leaders, we can see now that certain leaders that can move you to certain directions that you don't really even need their influence per se, but they are trying to improve yourself and train yourself to be able to lead yourself. Leaders lead people, but influencers, they might not really focus on people. They might just be leading their ideas. So that's a difference between leaders and influencers. And to see a leader now in this generation, we would have to look at everything. We have leaders that have good character. And character is what also Gen Zs also lack as well, because you see people, they call themselves influencers or leaders, but their character is not moving them anywhere. They are not leading people. They're not trying to source for a good outcome from people. So those are a few differences that you can say that, okay, this person is a leader, this person is an influencer, and you can be an influencer in different aspects of wherever you are. It could be at your church, it could be at your school, it could be in the tech space. but there are leaders that train people and manage people to be able to work on themselves and achieve a certain goal, whether it's from the individuals themselves or from a community that they are being with. So.
Excellent, because in fact you are right, because the research actually say that the Gen Zs are not so ambitious for leadership positions, but they say the Gen Ys, they want that leadership position. And for you as a female and a woman, what do you think would be the challenges for a Gen Y who really wants leadership position? What do you think they should be doing, and what do you think the challenges could be?
So for me, I think the challenges really stem from a difficulty in understanding and playing the game. So I will say that one huge benefit my generation had is that we saw the tech boom. So while the Gen Zs were born into a lot of tech is very familiar to them, we were the generation that we saw the movement from. I learned shorthand, so we saw when things changed from typewriters to computers to social media being daily language. And what social media really did, it expedited a lot of steps for my generation. And we grapple with the fact that you can't, with leadership, it's difficult to do that. So you can't really hack your way into leadership. Do you know what I mean?
I like that. You can hack your way.
Yes, there's a lot of, and particularly within our context, our culture is very, very specific. So it doesn't necessarily matter how much influence you have. Leadership is quite different. And we grapple with figuring out how to build the momentum required, how to build and sustain the community required to maintain leadership. So I think that's why we do very well in business, things that are very individual.
Yes,
so I can figure this out by myself. I don't need to have sort of like consensus. I don't need to build relationships. I don't need to have the sort of like a general agreement. I can do this thing by myself. Maybe three of us agree, we build a company, we go to the market, it's not working, we get on social media, we find a new supplier. Everything is very, very, you figure it out as you go along, but leadership is very, very different. It requires consensus, requires building. I mean, a good example I will give is a lot of our parents that worked in civil service understood how to build relationships. So every other weekend, my cousins, my colleague's daughter is getting married. They're traveling to different states there. And so they understand what it takes to kind of build consensus. But because my generation did not have to do that career-wise, it stumps us to understand what it takes to do that as leaders. And then when you add a layer of being a woman and what that takes, it's just really, really difficult. So we're hungry for leadership, yes, but it's why you see a lot of ambitious women in my generation, because we understand how that works. We understand that for you to get respect, just make the business work and people will respect you. They may not like you, they may still say nasty things about you and how you came about your money and your work, but eventually it would speak for itself. Doing that in a leadership position, in terms of leadership, is just a lot more difficult. So I think that's what the challenge is.
I agree with that, and you're actually right, because the research also shows that the Gen X actually have a social capacity more than the Gen Ys and relationship. And one key thing that came out of the research is that their capacity for conflict resolution is much, much higher. So as a Gen X, as women leadership is evolving, in actual fact, they say it's going to take 150 years plus for us to bridge the gap of this gender equality. But the research also shows that the Gen Ys are most likely to break the glass ceiling if they are able to overcome the challenges. What advice would you give as Gen X, and also what do you think those challenges are that must be overcome if a woman must lead? Because women leadership is necessary, and I'm going to show you from, as we continue our conversation after this thought, you will see why it is necessary that the Gen Ys understand that leadership is the only way for us to bridge the gap.
Awesome. Thank you so much, man. You know, Lady Jola may brought it out so succinctly. Yes. And I love the fact that you've been able to break down the challenges of Gen why. And it's so sweet knowing that you see the gap that you will bring in is that you see the weakness of Gen X, and then see the advantage of Gen Y, and if we leverage together, then you see that women leadership will actually advance. And I think the advice will be then that the gap is to, as much as we carry the passion and the zeal for leadership, which of course we all agree here that women leadership has come to stay and it's a necessity, but that as much as we want to pursue that, then we begin to look at what are the gaps, what are the things that didn't go right with Gen X. And I think Gen X was modeled up in the challenge of trying to balance relationship. You have the home front, you have people, what are they going to say? So most women couldn't take leadership positions because they are considering the relationship dimension, my children, my husband, my family. How am I going to balance this? And so you find them just playing small to prevent. Okay, so most of our mothers or most of us in this generation either have opportunities to start businesses, invest in a lot of things, but didn't do it because they felt there were too many things holding them back. But we have a generation Y who are more eager and are willing to make the move. And I like the fact that the technology that they got into, or that came with them, actually opened the advantage and gave them the advantage. But the important thing then will be to bring a gap, a bridge between that passion and then the relationship. For me, leadership is more about self, and I think that's why Generation Y may have a challenge, because leadership is not just about achieving things, being a business leader, being the CEO of a company, leadership is more about you, the values that you bring out and you bring to society. And that's why it's not like the social media. I also love the distinction between, the distinction between influencers and leaders, because for Gen Z, they see leadership as influence. How many followers do I have? What can I, what impact can I create here and all that, which is beautiful. But leadership is about, it must come from you. There's an internal part of it that needs to flow out. So I think that the real advice will be that beyond all the advantage of technology, beyond the passion and say the zeal and the vision that we carry, it must be that we then must first sit in and settle in to say, what am I? Who am I? What do I want to do? We have to pay attention to the internal personality that we have and build that character from inside that then begins to shine out, because actually the influence then comes from you, not just about what you achieve, not about the position you're currently occupying, but much more about what you're able to give in terms of personal value that begins to ooze out in other areas of what you're doing.
Okay, so for all of us, whether Gen X, Y, and Z, in your opinion, what do you think that will help to accelerate women in leadership? Because at the global level, women in leadership is still below 25%. The highest, even in the area of governance, is Rwanda. Rwanda as a parliament and people in the government of Rwanda, 61%. The highest in the world. Even America, with all her liberty and speaking about freedom, is still abysmal. Russia is still higher than America in women leadership. What is rates gender equality?
Okay. Firstly, I wanted to say that when you were talking about challenges as well, I believe that one of our challenge as Generation Z is we are more emotional. We are more reactive than proactive. Anything that happens anywhere, we more respond to it from emotions, and we just say, "Oh, I don't like this. What's this country doing? I beg, I'm not here." So instead of us thinking ahead and saying, what can we do to be able to grow and learn and be in those positions and those places that clearly are not working. So from that point, we can first come in and say, us now, we need to be more enlightened. There are a lot of millennial leaders now that are doing it, and we're seeing them and we're hailing them, but we're not striving to be a better version of ourselves in that line. We're more of doing our own thing. Okay, everybody day your day, I did my day. We're not trying to. We're complaining, but we're not acting. So we need to be able to respond better in terms of the situation we have, and we knowing that we want to see women leaders, but we are saying, oh, okay, we want to see, but you're not thinking of yourself. And there are people that genuinely have these qualities, they genuinely have leadership affluence. They are, you know, them certain times that maybe in a school, in a class, there are certain people that you will know that, okay, this person has been a class captain year 1, year 2, year 3, and then person that can carry projects very well and really get everyone to focus on their efforts and we're able to achieve. But then we're just more like, okay, there are people like that, and that's all. That's all really. We're not like them. We don't want to associate with other people. So we need to be more involved in now self-awareness, knowing what skills that we can develop. Not only there are different skills you can learn personally on your own, whether it's a professional value, professional way or career-wise, but there are a lot of times that we need to even work on ourselves more inwardly. So we need, now that we have a lot of examples in the term of millennial generation, we need to look more into those people, and we need to familiarize ourselves with news. I would say I'm kind of a victim as well in terms of we're not really acquainted with knowledge. We're not really acquainted with knowledge because we see these things and okay, everything, this is happening, oh wow, that's so sad. But we're not looking out for any source. Was there any organization? Was there any welfare that came to this aid? Was there anything that, you know, that was structured to hold these people that fell in place? But we're just more like, okay, we see it and we pass. So from that, from the first angle, we need to get more involved in knowledge and get more involved in what is happening. And we need to, there are a lot of millennial generation now that offer classes, offer trainings. We see those things that, oh, we're just wasting time, but we need to, with the resources we have, we can engage in those classes, we can engage in those trainings. I have people, even my mates, that are giving classes globally, and people are attending, and especially women, are developing themselves internally. But you see only a few of those classes of women in the whole generation of us.
Excellent. We're going to go on a short break and we'll be right back to continue this discussion because we got to hear from these millennials. I think it's their stage now, so they have to tell us what women need to do because that glass ceiling, we are breaking it. Welcome back. We are still looking at women's leadership development, the perceptions of the millennials, the Gen Z, and of course, we have a Gen X in the house for that balance. So we are still here with the guests to analyze this great topic, and we're talking about the challenges. And it's like all eyes are on the Gen Ys to bridge this gap and to break the glass ceilings. But what do you think are the challenges that must be overcome by the Gen Y generation?
I think I would summarize the challenge as one of community and consensus. So I think what I mean by that is we, like I said earlier, we do well individually, but we need to understand what it takes to build community and invest in the community. So a good example would be, you mentioned Rwanda earlier, but I mean, and a big part of Rwanda's story is their war. And a big thing was a lot of men died in the war. So they kind of had to be realistic with what their options were. And it worked so well in that seeing women in leadership work over time to kind of nation build and figure out what the nation needs to move forward meant that, you know, nobody is going to, well, you hope people don't work against their own self-interest. So as the country was progressing, it's like, this is natural, this is normal, this is what we should be having. I think for us moving forward, we need to think about community and consensus. And what I mean by that is thinking very specifically about how what we are doing benefits society, but also benefits women. So what I mean by that is when women are being encouraged to go into the workforce and the workspace, we need to work with our community of women to think about how we're designing structures to make it easier for women to enter the workforce. So what I mean by that is you're CEO of a company. What are your maternal leave policies? What makes it easier for women to come back into work? Do you have a creche? Those things are not expenses to the company. They are ultimately in your benefits, because if women are able to enter the workforce quicker, it means that we see these things as normal, right? When elections are coming, who is backing the women who are running for office? Who is making sure that, it is very difficult for them to be left alone, almost like in the cold? What makes it possible for them to submit bills, write legislation that are ultimately to our benefit as well? So I think what happens, again, like I said, is very, very individual, but we don't think of it in terms of the consensus. So if multiple CEOs are creating environments that mean that these companies they are structured so that women who might ordinarily find it difficult to re-enter the workforce, to try again, to gain loans, you have to make that effort, not because it benefits you, but because you're thinking long term. America, the West is having a problem with their birth rates, and they're having all these discussions to incentivize women to have more children. But children are expensive, and if both the father and mother need to work, and you make having a child something that you need to choose between being able to afford a life and have the child, everybody needs to eat. So I think we need to think about it, in terms of like community and consensus. What are we doing to build environments that are conducive to women in leadership, to women in general? What makes it easier for you to start a business, to run a business, to be a mother, to live an abusive relationship, to work in male-dominated areas? It's not the individual. It's not a moral failing for a woman to find it difficult to go back to work. And I think we sometimes parrot that, almost like, she doesn't want to work. She does, but it's too hard if she has to figure it out all on her own. Women who do very well have a very strong community. Very, very strong community. Extremely strong community of mostly other women who sacrifice a lot to make sure that her career isn't in dispute. So it's just, I find, as I climb up the ladder, I notice it more and more that you can't be so tunnel vision. You have to think of this place I'm entering. What am I going to use it to do? So that it's just 10 times easier for the women behind and even in front of me to make certain decisions. I think that's the ultimate, yes.
Oh, that's a serious aspect. And for Gen X, Gen X, after 25 years going for so long, Beijing happened. We're talking about 35% of women involvement in whether governance or boardrooms. It's still a problem. McKinsey says that companies with gender balanced executive committees have 56% higher operating profits than companies with male-only companies. And another study, 20% difference in return of investment when women are involved. The Gen X, we've been talking about gender equality. Speaking. What are these challenges that we need to overcome quickly, in partnership, especially with the Gen Y and even Z, to break this glass ceiling and to bridge that huge gap of gender equality?
Okay, so I very much align with Jola's comments in terms of the policy changes that we need to begin to look at, legislative changes in terms of work, labor issues, to ensure that I think Lagos State is the only state so far in Nigeria that agreed to 6 months maternity leave and even give some paternity leave issues, but nationally that has not been adopted. It was only done in Lagos State for government workers, but I know that's tough for private business owners, and all that. But these are things we need to look at as policy changes. But aside from that, I think, again, for me, a major emphasis will be to we need to look at doing a lot of reorientation for the male gender.
Yeah.
I think the critical part of how far women leadership will emerge, because you see, unfortunately, we're here because we have cultural issues that have kept women down. And these cultural issues are not just against the women, they are also cultural issues that have influenced the thought pattern of our male counterparts. And so we find them unconsciously though, but actively working against women emergence. Not because they want to be wicked, but they just feel it is odd, it's not done, it's not acceptable. No, my father didn't do that, you know. And these are issues that we need to deal with. So we need to also find a way to get our male counterparts to begin to see women leadership as very, very normal. You know, I agree with them. The statistics that you rolled out, and even United Nations has shown you that every time you put economic power in the hands of a woman, the results are better. The results are, the social impact is higher than just, so we need to begin to see this as normal. I, in my own practice, generally encourage companies, you're setting up boards, you must put women, find a space for 1, 2, 3 women on the board of your company. You cannot overemphasize the benefits that will give you. And I tell you, the same benefits that accrue to directors, when you give it to the women counterpart on the same board, and then, okay, she needs to be on maternity leave, she needs to, you know, these are things that will enhance female leadership. And I think that is where we must begin to go to. Our men, we must find a way to have the he for she thing, we must invest in it.
Oh yes, we had he for she actually on this program. We got men to speak.
Good.
So as we begin to wrap up, we want to get to a point of reference, of understanding that women generally are multitasking, they pay details to attention, better with conflict resolutions, ability to deal with issues of fuzziness, but also very emotional.
Absolutely.
And so as in your different generations, the issue of emotionalism and women leadership is also at the base of some conflicts. How do women quickly overcome their emotionalism and embrace to understand that leadership is competitive? Because there are two issues. Number one, stress. The research shows that women feel that leadership is stressful. And so please don't give me too much stress. Secondly, the work-life balance that she's talking about, that you're talking about, organization ensuring that there are crutches. So even if a woman wants to do a 3 weeks maternity leave or 1 month, it's her business. It's her body. She can take care of it. Drag her baby in the car with a car seat chair and just get to work. Because after all, she's working all the time. She's working at home. She's organizing. She's doing a whole lot. So, but how do we help women finally to overcome this challenge of emotionalism, especially from the Y and Z? Habit, the X has a whole lot that they have passed on. So we're going to start with the X. What is this thing? We need to get out of it. Who loves me? Who likes me? Who doesn't greet me? Who greeted me? Yeah, I will correct the next generation nicely like I always do. They can't get away with it. But how do we just get out of this place and just lead?
Yeah, okay, so the issue of emotionalism, I think it's a main and common challenge ground for women, because somehow we feel that it is natural, but even though we are all created with emotions, it's about being able to manage that emotion. We must get to the point where we get to control. And then besides, you know, women don't just use emotion at workplace, they even use it in their marriage. I know sometimes you want to manipulate and get your way out by being emotional with your spouse and things like that. But I think it's just time for us to know that being on the top of emotion is limiting. Number one, we have, as women, we have the mental faculty, we have the capacity to make decisions. We have decisions to make. We are in positions, we're not only making decisions for ourselves, we're making decisions that affect many other people outside us, our employees, our children, our spouses. So many things depend on our decisions. And so we cannot afford to sit on the spot of feeling bad. This is how I didn't like the way I was spoken to and all that. We must, it's about choosing to mature and choosing to grow and outgrow it. And I think this is where the issue of our temperaments and all that will come in. But albeit it's the responsibility behoves on us, for us to wake up to knowing what's my weakness, how do I overcome it. You don't have to be overly angry with people. How do I manage it even when people are not living up to your expectation? And then how do you manage it when things are not going the way you feel like, instead of just falling into depression and beating yourself too hard, but to say, okay, yes, I failed, yes, but I'll get up, I'm going to win again. And I think that it comes from a lot of emotional strength, internal strength. And that's why we must build that internal capacity. We just must build it up.
Yeah. So, Generation Y, the millennials, there's a research that is coming up that a generation are going into more psychosis due to maybe failures, fear of failures, like I said, the stress issues of leadership and the issues of work-life balance. And for many of you, getting married, you have a baby, the issue of postnatal depressions, and a whole lot of it has increased dramatically, even among the Gen Z. So how do we, Gen Y, how do we really overcome this? Because leadership requires adversity quotient, high adversity quotient, because you're being bombarded on all sides. So can you speak to that, to your generation? How do we overcome this?
I mean, I know you're going to be tired of me saying this, but I really do strongly believe in the notion of community. I think every time I read or speak or talk to people about, I have a lot of friends who have children now, and postnatal depression was higher when they were alone, when they had no support. A lot of them, unfortunately, called the state of the nation, give birth abroad. And those 3 or 4 weeks where they didn't have any help was where they were their most vulnerable mentally. They are running on very little sleep. Especially the new moms, they don't really understand what's going on with the baby. They have feelings about inadequacy with their body. Their memory isn't as great as they used to be. So they have all these weird things happening at the same time, and then they're just alone. They don't have the same level of support. But if you notice, culturally, one thing that really helps young mothers in our society is that you don't have a baby alone. Your mother, your grandmother, your friends, people just kind of show because they understand how vulnerable you feel at that time, how tired, how tasking it is. And so when mothers have great omugo, it doesn't eliminate it completely, but it makes it so much better.
Yeah.
But I think that is just a microcosm of what we need. I also feel that women are punished a lot more for their emotions. Men are also emotional, but the emotion they recognize the most is anger. And anger is a lot more acceptable than being flustered or being upset or being anxious. Sometimes I don't understand why people get upset for women for crying, because they'll cry, but they'll get it done. So just leave them alone to let them cry, let them get the emotion out and get the job done. But I think fundamentally what it is an inability to come to consensus about what matters, which is getting the job done in a dignified and honorable way.
Exactly.
And I do think that what that means is male emotion, like I said, is more commonplace because they're just more male leaders. So a guy is angry is a normal, everybody knows how to deal with that emotion because they recognize that anger. Madam is flustered becomes an issue because they don't see that normally, right? So I do think that a big part of it is also figuring out the structure and also having people to talk to. So a lot of times when I'm at my wit's end, it's because I don't want to look incompetent. So I'm very worried to ask, particularly if I have a lot of older male colleagues, what should I do? Because your big worry is that they think of you as like a dummy. This is why you don't hire women. Small thing they don't know. And so you get to the end of your tether and get emotional before you ask for the help. So
thank you so
that's
much.
what I mean by, I do think a big part of it is consistently building the community and having these conversations.
Excellent. Let me just hear one short word from the Gen Z to the women. What do you think to do? Very short. Because we have run out of time.
I believe that we're in a community where a lot of our emotions are heightened. And I'm flabbergasted when I see our own women shutting down other women when they cry out or when they complain or when they have different things that are going on. So I believe that as our generation, we should be able to embrace people. We are all going through things, but we should speak up And also, don't look at the older generation and say, oh, this older generation, they don't understand what we're going through. They went what you went through, even more. So we have to know that we are seeking for higher advice and higher authority. And we have to know that those people are there and they are willing to help you. Don't be set back on what you think and what social media portrays.
Excellent. Thank you very much to our guest, Lady Jola, Lady Sumtu. We call her Sumtu anyway, Sumtu Chukwu, and of course, Lady Barrister Sholakwe. And to every woman out there, whether you're Gen X, Gen Y, or Gen Z, there's one core issue is that women leadership has come to stay. It is time for you to pick up, put on your bootstrap. Whether you're 24, you're 34, you're 44, put on that bootstrap. You have to lead because your leadership makes a difference. And if we are in the mix of the policy, we can influence that change. And remember, yes, Rwanda went through the civil war. They had the genocide. Nigeria also has many genocides, but we ain't waking up like the Rwandans these. It's time for us to wake up too and put on leadership because we can make a difference. And every man out there, women leadership has come to stay. Thank you for joining me today. God bless you.
My name is Dr. Agility Obi.
My name is Etemere Glover.
Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
The federal government has introduced a new bill that will mandate all individuals engaged in banking, insurance and stockbroking to present a tax identification number (TIN) before opening or operating any account. Typically, we find that bills are sponsored by lawmakers at the National Assembly after scaling through first to third reading and consideration by the other chamber. It moves up for presidential assent. But this takes a twist, even if it's not unconstitutional, as a new tax bill was presented by the executive to the National Assembly, and it aims to strengthen tax compliance and optimize revenue collection across Nigeria, revealing how important this is to the federal government. Money matter, don't play or you will learn proper. Wait, hold on, Kiss Daniels. This is not time for your song to be playing in my head. But really, there will be penalties for non-compliance. There are critical aspects of this bill to look into. Let me wear my glasses so we can look properly.
You never show. You declare. Clever.
First, now what will be tax identification number safe, and what will be the benefit of this policy?
Tax identification number, right? Yeah. About this is, I believe it's attached to our NIN, if I'm not mistaken, and most places, before you do anything, they will definitely ask for your TIN, and if you don't make it available, I don't think such will definitely go. So
this is a federal government. You understand me? This is a federal government, and they have right to whatever they want to do. But let it be from top, not from the poor masses. If they can start from top, it's okay.
Okay, they're not talk their own. Tax identification number TIN, not like ID card for your tax. It will help government identify you and track your income. It shock you. When everybody gets TIN, government go fit know who they make money and collect tax from them. Did I hear someone say, now give me my money, but without the claps? Oh yes. People where they hide their money or under-declare their earnings no go fit run again. With TIN, government will catch them. Remember the slogan early in the year, no grief for anybody. Federal government definitely is not begging anymore for citizens to pay tax. This time, them strong face, sake of say revenue don't drop and them need to fill up the other. With more money, the government can improve infrastructure and provide better services. Oh, come on, stop that. Don't tell me you've got trust issues. But really, it's not rich for Nigerians to get trust issues with government. For many years, we've been assured by governments of different administrations that if we the citizens pay tax, there will be good schools, roads, hospitals, water, etc. What is the reality? Your guess is as good as mine. Now, according to the new tax bill, if a taxable individual fails to register for taxes, they will face a penalty of 50,000 naira for the first month of non-compliance and 25,000 naira for each additional month thereafter. Plenty questions due about this bill. Number one, who is a taxable individual? Wetin be taxable income? Now, how the tax authority go take identify all the urgent 2K plus dash money where our brothers and sisters they give us from abroad, so that they are not added to money deductible as tax? It seems some tax education is needed at this point.
There needs to be a clear distinction between what is taxable and what is not. And this will be a big question that people will now start answering when this issue about TIN comes in. Because you have to explain everything that comes to your account. And it also means that you have the narration of transactions in your account has to be very clear, so that it's quite identify what is taxable and not. And the tax authorities should not just assume and say everybody is in the same category. Because when you now take everything that comes in and you say, as long as it's inflow into your account, it is taxable, it is wrong.
Tax is a contract between government and citizens. The people pay and government provide the needed amenities. If there will be penalties for taxable individuals who do not comply with the requirement, now wetin go happen to any government official wey pinch money Nigerians they pay as tax? If government don't hold face tight for tax matter, shey we the taxpayers not suppose yarn at this time say we're not smiling, even as the bill is being considered at the National Assembly. Federal, state and local government must show themselves more accountable. This now my 2 cents on top the new tax bill. Was yours? Drop a comment.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, SOUQ Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as of 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse and we are live on SOUQ News. We are all about positivities. I'm beginning to really love that tagline. So wherever you are, wherever you've been all through this week, remember when you get to SOUQ News, things are different. We seek solutions here. We tell you no matter what's happening outside, come this way. You never can tell because in solutions are profits and in profits businesses grow. So come to the sunny side of news, the sunny side of business, the sunny side of interaction. SOUQ News is beyond shaping policy, is beyond advancing development. It's all about making sure that you move forward and find solutions. SOUQ News, positivities. And on SOUQ News, you have SOUQ Pulse. So hey, you're stuck with us. Remember, wherever it is, we'll tell you this here. Don't keep quiet. We talk on SOUQ Pulse. We talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. It's a beautiful start of a weekend, and today we'll tone it down and talk about a segment of the society that is responsible for moving us forward. And also very responsible for making sure that whatever community it is or whatever name they go with, goes down the way of the abyss if not taken care of. We'll get into that real soon. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SOUQ Pulse will kick off. Don't go anywhere.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. For those that are not aware or you just decide not to look around, now Africa has 70% of her population aged between 15 and 35. Very young, vibrant population. And Africa has the youngest population, youngest youth population in the world. Now, if you get to look at it and see that migration and look where the trend is moving, no matter the side it goes, you see that a large number, proportion, percentage of those moving are Africans. Translate on the other side. Africa is moving to other continents to work. Africa is oiling the machines that make other continents progress. Now, let's get back home. We are looking at African youth and asking ourselves this direct question. Is Africa really preparing to get the best out of the youth? Looking at vices, societal vices, those with us, those that were there before the young men even came and grew, and those that will likely pop up because with time things change. So the good, the bad, they will change. So we are looking at youth productivity versus vices. How can Africa get the best out of their youth? There's no better way to start and have this conversation than to have a seasoned public analyst come in and really dig deep and share his thoughts, his mind, and his experience here with us on SOUQ Pulse. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome on SOUQ Pulse for this beautiful evening, Mr. Sam Orugoji. Sir, you're welcome.
Thank you very much indeed. Looks good evening to you as well.
Thank you very much. Good SOUQ.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, let's get straight into this. Young people potential, is it something that Africa is unlocking as we speak? Or Africa is just looking at its young people move to Asia, move to Europe, and get those economies working? Are we utilizing what we have?
Thank you very much indeed. I think Africa is using its youthful population appropriately, but maybe when you talk about scaling it up in terms of productivity, then the conversation will change at that point. And I don't think if you look at the average number of youths that are able to migrate to other part of the world, is not really very alarming as it's claimed. And a lot of youths are doing remarkable things in terms of technology, in terms of innovation, in terms of creativity, even within Africa. But then we have this migration syndrome, which seems to speak to the fact that Africans are moving out in large drove. That is not true. If you disaggregate the youthful movement that is being published by the International Office of Migration, and you look at the figures are not as we perceive them to be, but within...
Not as we perceive them or not as documented?
No, whether documented or undocumented, if we use the international language in terms of migration, that does not reflect the perception we have, in quote, with the Jackpot syndrome, as it's called in Nigeria. A lot of youths are doing remarkable things within the continent. Okay. Even as we progress the conversation, we'll look at the World Economic Forum projection, the African Development Bank projection for youth.
Projection.
Yes.
Now, before we get to those
projection in terms of what the bank is doing for the youths in terms of...
Which of the banks are we talking about?
African Development Bank.
African Development Bank
okay. Has
own bank.
Yes, that's a continental bank that is responding to the issues of development within the continent, and that is an ecosystem that deals with the youth. They even calibrated their own one that they are targeting between the ages of 25 and 35. So if we talk about innovation, creativity, science and technology, mathematics, maybe as we progress, we'll be able to situate each of these elements in terms of the vibrancy of youth, in terms of reimagining the future of Africa,
and particularly
to the development. Particularly, it is envisaged by 2030
by African Development Bank.
No. There's a general projection by the Economic Forum.
Okay.
That by 2030, just a moment, let me just trying to lay the background, that the entire world population will be about 8 billion. And out of that, 40% of that larger population, you're talking about 40% of that population as a youthful population. So how do we redirect those youthful energies to productivity, to development, and not just development, sustainable development? And to what extent can the youth reimagine their future today for tomorrow?
To what extent can the youth reimagine their future? Now, before you got to the age African Development Bank was sponsoring, 25 to 35, let's go way below that and go down to some good business. Now, who has the responsibility in an African setting? That's where our thought is coming from. Who has the responsibility to see and look over the growing young person? Are we looking at the family? Are we looking at the community? Are we looking at the government within the countries?
I think on a larger scale, the family has a role to play. as a unit of socialization where development first take place into maturity, particularly in terms of education, where people are properly educated for the future. So the youth become more useful. On the other hand, the government needs to create incentive, particularly in terms of job creation, in terms of innovation hub that will help to create development in terms of how they can direct their positive energy towards productivity and entrepreneurship or enterprise. So in that regard, therefore, government, community, and at the continental level has a responsibility to chart a future for the youth because they are the most vibrant segment.
When you get to government side, are you looking at the younger ones, or you're looking at someone that is already in secondary or higher education, or just has left the higher education?
From the teenage level, if you like, or from adolescent, government should be able to target them properly and retool them properly so that they become very useful to themselves, first and foremost.
Should it be government first or family first?
No, I've already spoke to the issue of family.
At what point should the family?
No, the family
out of that
is a nucleus of socialization.
Should the family be out of control at any point in time?
At any point before you get into adulthood, from the universal definition of adulthood begins at age 18. So once you are 18, then you have responsibility.
At age 18, you can join the army. At age 18, you can go to prison.
The UN definition of a youth starts at 18 years.
But in Africa, as Africans, at age 18, is a person considered an adult?
Of course. Based on the universal definition.
Not universal definition.
No, it is
as
considered.
Africans.
Yeah, because
in my culture, if the person is 18, does that make the person an adult?
No, remove culture at this particular
point. If we
point.
remove culture, then
no. Let's just establish fact. We'll do the relationship. The point I'm trying to underscore here is that once you are 18, if you have an incremental level from childhood education to your junior secondary and senior secondary, and you're able to get admission to a tertiary institution by age 18, a lot of people will have graduated from a tertiary institution, and where the society is well structured, people begin to have jobs from that age, and they take responsibility for themselves.
Okay. Can I bring out this particular words you've spoken? Should the age of maturity not be the age of responsibility? When someone is responsible enough, then that person is matured, and not number.
No, number is a critical element.
Because in our cultures, we did not consider number, we consider responsibility.
Number, essentially, from a universal definition.
Whose definition? When we say universal definition,
yes.
Universal definition.
Yeah.
The white
you don't operate in isolation.
No.
You operate within a social environment.
But it's the white man's. It is the white man's definition.
I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
I don't think so.
Good. Now, for certain cultures, let's say for those that farm yam, those in Benue, once you are able to start having a yam ban, no matter how old you are considered matured.
All right. On the other hand, you have what you call gifted children. By age 14, 15, 16, they are already super matured in terms of intellect, in terms of capacity and all that. So
they might be that matured but not responsible.
No, they become responsible. There are people
responsible for themselves or the next person.
No, they are responsible for themselves and to the next person because they already contributed their little quota to societal development. So you cannot rule out that. But when we talk in this kind of discourse, we are looking at a more holistic element. So we cannot put the other elements of maturity into various pigeonholes to address the issue. So we look at a base level. For analysis, for critical analysis, you must take a base level so you're able to address the issue. So if there are elements in terms of the problem with early child development, the issues of the policy statement that people must wait till when they are 18 before they go to the university becomes a different subject matter. But then you cannot slow down people.
That definitely you can't slow down people. We've seen people who mature way faster than their peers.
Yes.
Now let's go to education. Is Africa doing enough to produce independent graduates? Or are we churning out people that are still dependent when they leave school? Higher institutions, to be precise.
There are some problem with the current curriculum and the type of students that are turned out from the tertiary institution. But we cannot paint that scenario with one brush so that we don't make mistake. Okay. In spite of the challenge that we have exceptional students that are making waves across the globe. Even from this same environment, there's a student who graduated from one of the Nigerian universities recently who got a scholarship into one of the top-notch universities in the UK, a back-to-back scholarship. So we cannot just use one brush. People are doing well in terms of creativity. There are people coming out of school who are even starting as entrepreneurs, people that are surviving in the gig economy. They are here, they are already working for other companies elsewhere.
So should that be more of the focus, being able to graduate young people that will be able to start something on their own, and not over 60, 70, 80% going and seeking job or heading back home to depend on their parents?
No, the challenge here is that beyond the education, to what extent can you use your creativity or what you have studied at the university to provide solution to the society? So most times, it's not that we don't have graduates, but they have issues with employability in terms of the skill set that they have for the workplace. So if you don't have specific skill sets that a particular industry needs, it becomes challenging that you are not able to get a job. But those who hone their skills, even while they are undergraduates, they are in the polytechnic, at the colleges of education, they do some training, and even upon graduation, they are already getting job. Even while in school, some are doing job within the gig economy space. They are working 2-3 hours in certain jobs elsewhere. So people are already earning, even in dollars, even in euro, even when they are in school. But maybe the percentage,
thank you very
maybe the percentage may be smaller. So the conversation here, or the solution here, is that students should focus more on the solution that they can provide.
Is it the student focusing, or the institution should direct the students on the best way to start focusing themselves?
The curriculum, the universities must find a way to relate with the concept of turn and gown. What it means is that some of the subject discipline may not necessarily be relevant to the workplace. So they need to re-engineer the courses in line with new development in the workplace so that they can focus in designing courses that can provide the requisite knowledge, the requisite skill set, and the requisite attitude or aptitude for the student. So that as soon as they graduate or leave school, they become useful to themselves and useful to their immediate community and the larger society. So the school has a role to play in terms of curriculum development, in terms of the course design, in terms of relating with industry. What are the emerging trends in the industry that the university need to work on so that when people graduate, they can get those jobs based on the current trend in the industry. And the World Economic Forum has already projected by 2030, some of the current job roles that some of us brag about in the industry currently will be out of the space. Therefore, people must find a way to look at the subject discipline that are in line with this projection. So there are certain job roles that you will hear about again in another 6 years from now. So you must retool yourself. You must reskill yourself to meet up with the workplace demand, particularly in terms of what is now very critical, because artificial intelligence and machine tools are taking some of these jobs. So if you don't reskill yourself and retool yourself, it might be difficult for you to function well in the new job market.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, we are still looking at the young ones. Young ones, if you are not holding a walking stick, don't consider yourself an old man. Now, let's look at those leaving the higher institutions or those within the higher institutions. There is always this problem of an identity crisis. Most people leave higher institutions 4, 5, 10 years down the line, they still cannot identify who they are, what they really want to do, or what they are called for. At what point in time should African societies, from the family, from the school, be able to direct a young person to really find his or her calling?
Yeah, most of the universities have what we call work study center, which was supposed to be center of development in terms of re-engineering students for the workplace. Therefore, like where you have in the junior or higher school, where you have guidance and counselor who is able to shape your career options, your passion, where they think you can play better in the society. So the work study department of most universities are created to take advantage of this.
Are they functioning?
No, they are functional.
Are they
degree, no, they are valuable. The degree to which they are able to meet with the high-level student population they have may be a subject of another day, not for this conversation. On the other hand, parents have had some kind of negative influence on career choices of their wards and their kids, where people direct their children into particular family profession, where these children are no longer interested. So in an attempt to satisfy their parental requirement, they go into those courses just to satisfy those parents. And when they get out, they abandon those education and they pursue their passion. Therefore, the point that must be made is that the youth should be able to direct where they have their passion, where they have their skill set, where they think they want to function in the larger society. So when they leave the university or the polytechnic or the colleges of education, they don't have a problem in terms of finding their ground or what they want to contribute to society. So I think we must see it from a mixed bag. The authority in the institutional framework must support the student. The student themselves must equally skill themselves in particular area where they have some skill set that can prepare them for a greater future. And that's why this debate between Nigerian university, is it the university not graduating people, or is the issue of employability? So employability means your knowledge base should be able to strike a balance between the other two elements that sustain the workplace: attitude or aptitude or skills. So you have what they call a triangle, where you must have a strike a balance at the base. You have knowledge, you have attitude or aptitude, depending on the literature, then you have skills. So once you have these three elements working in harmony, they are able to sustain your employability. So it's not that people don't really have certificates, but to what extent do they develop the skills that can sustain them? So for example, you might have somebody who studies fine art or creative art from the university, is working in the bank, and some people wonder why is this guy working in the bank, and somebody who has a BS in banking and finance may not have found a job. The difference is that that guy who is a fine artist has other skill set that some people don't have. So mind you, even at this age and time, some people can't even use the computer system, which is a basic enabler in terms of what you do in the workplace. So these are the issues that the youth must identify with. And even when they even know some of these things, they use them negatively for some other vices, which we might speak to as you progress your conversation.
Thank you very much. Now, for those that are just joining us, or if you've not been part of us from the beginning, we are looking at youth, younger ones, and we're saying, how can we make them more productive? Asking Africa this particular question. Now, there's a vices part of it. We'll get into that particular side once we come back from this break. Don't go anywhere. Mr. Sam is still here, and he will dive deep. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor says, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and if possible exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we'll talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are live on SOUQ News. Remember, we have Mr. Sam here, and we are here talking about youth. How can we get them productive in Africa? And we're looking at vices, the ones they are getting involved in, the ones that are holding them down. That's what we are going to. Welcome back to SOUQ Pulse.
With pleasure. Yes.
Now, with knowledge and technology also comes good, fast access to a lot of vices, be it internet fraud, be it identity theft. A whole lot of this is out there as we speak. And the names that keep coming up are young people. Now, the West and some other media houses have focused on Africa as if it's an African affair. So let's deal with this. Is this an African narrative?
I don't think it's African narrative. It's a global narrative. But the Western media has always focused on Africa from a negative point of reportage. And we have a responsibility as media people to see how we can focus on the positive aspects of reporting Africa to the world, because the international conspiracy, particularly the international media communication issue that has been there for some time, even from the perspective of media theories in terms of shaping agenda, media as in a social responsibility concept to shape society. But the Africans report positively about what happened here, and we allow the West to constantly focus on the negative narrative. We may not go too far. So some of these things you talk about, the vices, they don't happen in isolation. So they have offshore partners that they do some of these transactions with. Therefore, when the issues happen, you focus more on the boys who are facilitator, not positively. Mind my words, and I use them advisedly, to the extent that as if this organized crime, as it's called, has a chain or a network of people that perpetrate this crime. So even the financial service sector has a problem and has a challenge, even in this kind of arrangement, because some of these frauds don't just come like that. They go through a financial framework that enables collections and deposits of this money, just like money laundering. So until we put a good financial architecture in place, criminality, whether internet fraud, all kinds of frauds, even counterfeiting of some products and all that, will continue to be there. But it's a global phenomenon. But then when it's reported, then they show us the visuals that always talk African done. But then it's our responsibility from this part of the world to strike a balance in the global media agenda that the West always try to sustain at the expense of Africa.
Okay. A narrative, a segment is trying to sustain at the expense of Africa. But now let's come down to it. To what extent are we going to say lack of opportunity is getting the young people involved in this sort of vices?
Well, to some extent, lack of opportunity, yes, but lack of opportunity should not drive you into criminality. And we spoke to some of those issues. Once you are able to direct your passion positively, then there are a lot of opportunity out there which you can earn money from without necessarily doing internet fraud, as it were. So the creative energy of youths must be challenged in a way that they find meaningful jobs to do rather than this ugly scenario or trend where you have a youthful population who don't really want to work, but are perpetuating criminality by using all kinds of credit fraud, all kinds of frauds that is not sustainable even for their nearest future. So they get involved in certain elements and they mortgage their future for today by going to some other major vices. They can color it with all kinds of beautiful names, but resorting to some African magic to be able to perpetuate. Yes, I call it African magic, where I don't want to use that negative word on international television. So I'm careful with the words I'm using. Okay. So you can call them certain names. I don't want to call those names here because they are not positive vibes. So the point I'm trying to make is that rather than focusing the energy to do all those kind of things they are doing, it's better that if focus on creative energies where they can take advantage of ICT to provide solution to societal challenge, and they will earn better and bigger money, and they will spend those money more peacefully rather than hanging out in hotels and other places where you can't even track them. Okay. But eventually they do.
Okay. Now let's look at it from this other angle. The hacker can hack ethically. The person involved in internet fraud could also be a very good data analyst. But when we look at what happens in Africa, most times when we go after these young people, it's majorly for punishments, for punitive actions. Why are we not looking forward or seeing a way where policies are written or there is a particular step or an action to get this set of people integrated positively because they are already good at what they are doing?
Yeah, the point here is not about lack of policy. I think it's a question of attitude and a societal value that celebrates wealth without enterprise. That's just a simple definition.
But let's look at these points that have already missed the road.
No, just a point. I just want to make this very strong point. It's not that the policy framework or the opportunities are not there. There are vibrant youths that are earning big money from Nigeria legitimately. So, but this mindset of get rich quickly without enterprise has been a major challenge. So the focus should be, how do we redirect those creative energies?
The mindset of get rich quick, the young man must have learnt it from someone else. It's not his generation.
No, it doesn't matter. The point is that when a society sustains a negative value that is not sustainable, then people are driven in that direction. It's a wrong direction. So the point I'm making is that when you talk about science and technology, these vibrant youth have those skill sets, but then those skill sets are used negatively rather than using them positively.
Okay, so how can we redirect that particular skill
set? That's the point I'm saying. So there must be a mind shift, a mind re-engineering that take cognizance of the fact that this wide route, which is a negative route or whatever, is not sustainable. Therefore, you must use your talent positively to influence society rather than using them negatively. So, these IT skills you talk about, there are a lot of people who are in the gig economy space earning fantastic money, but some just choose to be on those negative vehicle. So we must find a way to redirect that vehicle in a positive manner. So
who should get it?
No, the family.
Redirecting. Okay.
No, family.
Okay.
Number one, which is the first point of socialization and acculturation. So at family level, once you can identify the means of income of certain youths, then don't take money from them. Okay? So that's become a disincentive for those sharp practices that they do. Number two, government must have a deliberate policy where they pull a percentage of the youth at a particular point in time into an incubator center where they can be purposively driven to address societal challenge.
Okay. What about those in high institutions? Does the school have any form of control over the students?
Well, the university originally was designed as a place where ideas are generated, a free world where you can think outside the box, but then where you now put a regimentation in terms of what students do and don't do, where you now look like as if you are in the high school where you need to sign an ASIAT to be exit card to be able to get out of the school. I think some of these newer universities are equally not helping people to think outside the box by putting a regimented scheme.
Are they graduating better students?
That's again, I may not be able to speak to that because
looking at the graduates.
I don't have a database.
Okay, now.
And I always avoid speculation.
Okay.
When I speak on
we are
issues.
not going to call names, but looking at ranking, university rankings, looking at both Africa world ranking and Nigerian ranking, some of these universities we just talked about that are more regimented are producing better graduates and are ranked better than the national or federal or state universities.
No, first and foremost,
and they wield more control of their students.
Hold on. What are the parameters for this ranking?
We've always had ranking.
Now
the parameters will matter.
Okay.
This is where I'm going to.
If you look at the ratio of the private universities, as it were, to the public schools, the ratio of the public school is higher than those private schools. And mind you, some of those traditional public schools, to a very large extent, are very conservative, where even lecturers deliberately may not score students the appropriate grade, because some of those scenarios I will talk about lecturers versus students in terms of what they do. People pay money to get marks. Where you're not able to pay money, you're marked down. Some of these universities have a good corporate governance system in place where there's a peer review mechanism of lecturers, student review of lecturers. So when there's an infraction, the school authority easily come to bear on that. So when you see some first class coming from those places, some of these schools that have produced those first class are competing favorably elsewhere across the globe. So that authenticates.
Let's bring this argument back to
the quality
the young
of education.
Advices.
So once I give you a story of the University of Lagos, a public school, so we can mention the name.
Okay.
Where somebody scored about 300 something in the joint matriculation exam and was admitted to the Faculty of Law. And the first year courses of basic introduction to law, introduction to sociology, psychology, just those basic elements, and the general study courses, the person couldn't survive the first semester. And the school took a look at what could possibly has happened. And that's why they introduced a post-JAM examination that was initiated by the University of Lagos. When they started, there was a critical criticism of that. Only to find out that there were some gaps, what they call some center, where some people do certain exam and they get better mark. And at the end of the day, those marks are not sustainable. So in terms of balancing the public and private school, once there's a kind of infraction in terms of your intellectual capacity vis-a-vis your ability to absorb what the university teaches you. So there's a question mark somewhere. And based on research, that issue was tackled to a very large extent. So those universities that are giving first class to certain people, and they're able to compete elsewhere in the United States of America, in the UK, and they are doing extremely well. There's a particular Nigerian university graduate.
Can we bring this?
No, just a moment. Let me conclude on this thought because of what we're trying to drive at, so that we don't lose sight of the beautiful side of our education.
There is definitely a beautiful side.
There's a young lady in Japan
we are running short.
in one of
We are
these
running short of time.
Nigerian university.
Okay.
She's been sponsored from the master's to a PhD level on robotic engineering from one of the institutions that you might classify as a local university here, top-notch university in Japan, and the government is putting her into a place. She's graduating in a few months, and the government already has a space. So the point I'm trying to say, we cannot just always talk down on our system.
We are not talking down. This is where I'm going to. The university in Japan is a local university to them too. It's their local university there. So I'm looking at where I'm going to. Now we have students, young ones in universities, most public universities, living large, not there for the cost or the reason they are there for, driving all manner of exotic cars while being a student. And you know, or others know, who this person's parents are. It was not like that in my day. I had people that were responsible for me or any other person. You had to report to somebody. There was a guardian. It doesn't matter how old you were. Just like you said before, there was somebody, be it your peer, be it your lecturers, that you had to account to. But now we don't have that. We have students living in hotels while in school. We have hotels within schools, and students are living there. Students competing with lecturers on parking spaces. These are vices that have yielded some economic means. That's why I'm asking, what control can universities or any other tertiary institution embark on?
It might be difficult to put control in place. The university system.
Why should it be difficult?
Just a moment. You may talk about the degree of the number of students that have cars in the university.
There are some universities right now as we speak. You just know, okay, good. There is a high level of internet fraud that is happening around that area, and it affects the university.
That has been defined. The point I'm trying to make is not the place of the university to determine who drives cars.
But is it the place of the university to graduate wholesome students?
It's the place.
Is it the place of the university not to graduate a criminal?
No, it's a place of the university because
university to find out and investigate who the student is.
No, every university is designed when you award a degree on the day of your graduation. A degree is awarded on the basis of learning and character. And the university has a discretion to withdraw your certificate where you are not a good ambassador of the university. So that has not been tested because you are graduated based on the concept of learning and character. So once you have a character defect, then the university, as it were, has that certificate and they can withdraw that certificate. Just like professional practice. Once you have an infraction and you are licensed as a professional to practice in a particular profession, and in terms of character, the elements of professionalism is not displayed, then the issuing authority has the power to withdraw it. So the number of, it has always been, in my days at the university, people have always had motorcycles, bicycles, vehicles. And people were rich students. Students were working during holidays and they can save money and purchase at least a Volkswagen car. So that's not a major element. All over the world, student drives cars.
It's not about the driving of the cars, but you know where I'm going to. Good. Now, okay, let's take this up. Our time is almost up. I was trying to get into drug smuggling, addiction, and co. The young person, is he a victim? Is he a perpetrator? Or is he the one that is used? Because for most of this smuggling, we see very young people acting as couriers.
I think the problem is some socialization were not properly made in some places. Some are recruited innocently while they are the higher school, and that's unfortunate. But then some deliberately are wired based on the background that they are coming from. So when you come from a background where people are already consuming illicit drugs and you're socialized into that process, then you're going to be. So in terms of whether they are perpetrator, in terms of what they consume, whether they help in taking the drug from point A to point B. But what is key is that even universities have psychosocial support services where people can be counseled and all that. And once there's an infraction, the relationship between the NDLA with Nigerian universities where they educate people in terms of drugs and narcotics and how they should refrain from consuming those drugs. So that public enlightenment element of NDLA must be scaled up in a way that they can be more representative from high school, where they talk about the negative impact of drug consumption, trafficking, and all the elements that has to do with illicit drugs.
Okay, let's touch this before we leave. The issue of terrorism and violence. The people you see on your screen day in, day out are young people. Those used, those handling the weapons. To what extent should Africa go to save her young ones from this menace?
That's essentially the element of extremism, and more essentially that has to do with religious indoctrination that some people are wired to do. So what that means is that in terms of the psychology of change or psychology of social change, effort must be made in a way that we communicate the negative impact of indoctrination, religious extremism, and find a way to say some of those promises that are made of a truth, not real. Those are utopian concepts. You're not going to have certain things if you do certain things. So it's important that we must find a way to communicate that extremism and violence does not pay. Then even those who are religious leaders, who have responsibility of acculturization in terms of the various faiths and religious practices, must equally be cautious in the way they practice their religion, not to incite people to become extreme. On the part of government as well, some nations have been described as terrorist nation as well, where you use your majority power to suppress minority. And those people, when you suppress them, when they come after you, you term them as terrorists. So what we're saying, like the United States Institute of Peace, is saying that we must find a way to temper the way we talk about other people, stereotyping, the way you talk about other people's religion. There's supposed to be some element of neutrality where people condemn the religions of other people. These are the drivers of violence and extremism. So we must temper those elements of communication, particularly from religious leaders, that can put people on the extreme and they become reactive and becomes inimical to societal development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. It's been a pleasure having you on SOUQ Pulse today.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Now, to everyone out there, thank you for being there. To everyone that is watching, remember, you have a young person, very young person, because I know most of you are still very young. We have no excuse. Africa must move forward, which means you must move forward. So we have no excuse. On no grounds are we going to be docile and keep quiet. If you see things going wrong, say something. If you can give someone a helping hand, not just give, pull the person up. If you are in place of authority and you can change a policy or make a suggestion, please do. This age bracket between 15 and 35 are important, down to those that are 40 to 45 to 50. Remember, if an economy must grow, it's the young people that do it. The elderly ones will pass the knowledge across. They will pass what they've gained over the years for the younger ones to take over. And they say youth are the youths of tomorrow. Remember, it's not going to happen by chance. You have to stand up and be counted. To everyone out there, have yourself a beautiful weekend. And remember, love your neighbor as yourself. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Bye.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.